A very good morning to all. I, Sneha, on behalf of Delhi School of Economics, extend a hearty welcome to everyone to the second day of Winter School 2024, organized by Center for Development Economics, Delhi School of Economics, and the Econometric Society. For this plenary session, we are absolutely honored to have with us Professor Arvind Panagariya from Department of Economics, Columbia University. Professor Panagariya and Professor Poonam Gupta, I request you to please come up on the stage. To chair this session, we have an esteemed guest with us, Professor Poonam Gupta. Professor Gupta is the Director General of NCAER, a member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, and the convener of Advisory Council to the 16th Finance Commission. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Poonam Gupta to commence the session, please.
Now it's working. Thank you very much, Delhi School of Economics, Professor Ram Singh, for this very kind invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here this morning to moderate this session with Professor Arvind Panagariya, whom I've known for more than 3 decades now. I met him as a young PhD student at the University of Maryland. That was my first time away from home, and was really looking for empathetic professors, kind professors, and Professor Panagariya was certainly one of the very few ones there who made us, me and my husband, we went to the university together, made us feel at home. So you all know his stellar CV and bio, but we have seen the kind human side of it and are really very happy about it. And since then, of course, our relationship has evolved. We have written together. He has been a guide and a mentor in my professional and personal journey, so it's a real pleasure to be here. It was, a lot of fun also to read this book, which I had bought nearly 3 weeks ago, and I was keeping it aside to read during the holiday period between Christmas and New Year. And then Professor Singh invited me to moderate this session, so I picked up the book and I started reading it, and I could not stop. So I read it in a very weird way. I read the first, it's in 3 sections. I read the first section and then I read the last section. And the last section in particular is so gripping that I could not put the book away. So I had to postpone some of my other engagements because I wanted to go through it. And then I texted Professor Panagariya that it's a public service that you have written this book, and it should be a part of the curriculum in our undergrad and master's courses, not just in economics, but more broadly. I think it's not a dull economic history book. My favorite genre actually is biographies and autobiographies of policymakers, because I think that I know a lot about the economic issues, the theory, the data, but what goes on behind the scenes to make a certain policy action to take place. And this is what I got from the book. It's an objective book. It's a very fair book. It gives credit where it's due, as we'll see in Professor Panagariya's presentation. And it also points out where things have not happened the way they have. And in particular, what entrenched biases or ideologies can do to the economic progress of a country over a very long period of time. And this is what we get to see in the book. The way we have planned this session is that Professor Panagariya will present the book to us for about 50 minutes or so, and then we'll take questions from the audience. And I would request, in particular, our women participants to be ready with your questions, because we'll be taking your questions before we open up the floor to others. So be ready, listen to the presentation and be ready with your questions. So over to you, Professor Panagariya.
Do we have the presentation here? Yes. इससे हो जाएगा ना? Yes, the arrow keys. Keyboard. Okay. It's just, where is the other key? There. Okay, ठीक है. Thank you, Poonam. Thank you so much for such a wonderful, generous introduction. When your students have arrived, then you feel like you have arrived too. It was my real privilege, actually, to serve as Poonam's thesis advisor. She was clearly the brightest student in her class, as I'm sure she was at Delhi School of Economics as well. And of course, over the years we have become great friends, and I'm delighted that she is chairing this session, not the least because this session is also chaired by a woman, and I'm also glad that she has alerted all the other women participants in the audience to be ready with their questions. All right. So it is a long presentation, so I will try to race through and hopefully finish it in 50 minutes, but it may spill over. I want to start with the picture of the two versions of the book. In India, or in the Indian subcontinent, it's published by Penguin Random House under the title The Nehru Development Model. Outside India, by Oxford University Press, New York, under the title The Nehru Era Economic History and Thought and Their Lasting Impact. Where I want to begin is that Nehru really, at independence, had two major projects in a broad sense. A political project to establish India as a democracy with universal suffrage, and an economic project aimed at achieving high growth rate to rid India of what he called its appalling poverty. The political project was a resounding success. In the early years, there was a lot of predictions that India will not be able to hold together as a democracy. There is a famous book by Selig Harrison, India, the Most Dangerous Decades, where he builds up this case that because of the caste, language differences, regional conflicts, etc., India will either break up into many countries, or it will turn into an authoritarian regime through some sort of military intervention. But none of that really came to pass. India thrived as a democracy, so much so that during that brief period when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi decided to impose emergency, within 18 months or so, she actually, her democratic instincts came back, and she withdrew the emergency authoritarian rule, called back for elections, lost the election, accepted the people's verdict, and then waited her turn till the next election to come back. So in this sense, I think, and also, I've been visiting every single state as a part of my current job, which is as the chair of the 16th Finance Commission. And we have visited now 14 out of the 28 states. And what an incredible diversity that exists in our country. I mean, we all know intellectually, but it is a totally different experience to go out and see how different, how diverse India is. And if I were to compare it to diversity across Europe, there is just no comparison. And yet you would see that Europe is not a single country. It may have forced something called the European Union, but that's a far cry from being a single nation. And yet, there's so much that binds India together. So there's no question this was a hugely successful political project. Unfortunately, however, Nehru's economic project was an equally resounding failure. And that's the case I'm going to build up. We'll see. I mean, it's there for everyone to see. It's founded on heavy industry, and a rapidly expanding public sector, and isolation from the world markets. In the end, the economic model could not sustain. It just could not sustain, and certainly could not deliver on its promise. I want to take, so the book is divided into these three sections: the economic thought behind the Nehru model, and it's about the economic thought not just of Nehru, but of the contemporary India, how the discourse went about on Nehru's economic model. Second part is the economic history, and Poonam was absolutely right, actually. When my wife was reading the same book, I was telling her, jump the second part, but she likes to go chronologically, so I couldn't persuade her. But second part is a little more challenging in terms of reading. But to the young, I would recommend that no matter how hard you find to read it, particularly chapters 6 and 8 of the book, do read them. It was painful for me to write those chapters, but I took that pain knowing that even if a very tiny fraction of those who buy the book or put their hands on a copy of the book might read it, but it'll be worth it. So do read chapters 6 and 8. At least those of you who are in economics should do that. And then there is the lasting impact, which is part 3. And Poonam rightly described it. I think, because also it's a bit more contemporary. You're going to find it a bit more exciting than part 2. But I still sort of would come back, do read part 2. In part 1, I would say chapter 4 is the one that is probably most worthwhile to read. I like chapter 1 also, but you may or may not. But chapter 4, I think definitely should be read. All right. The last part of the book is all about developing the argument that how the 14 or 15 years of implementation of the Nehru development model really placed India on a deterministic path, from which a retreat became a serious challenge even over half a century. Even today, I will argue, we are struggling with trying to retreat from that model. A lot has changed in the last 30 years, but change has been incredibly slow. We'll come to that. All right. So that's where, very quickly, I want to make one point first, which is not so much about the Nehru development model, but how, but it's sort of evolution, how it came about, Nehru's own thinking, how it evolved. Now, the general impression is that Nehru, when he went to study in the United Kingdom, he first went to a school, Harrow, then from there to Cambridge, and from there on to Inner Temple. He did his bachelor's in science at Cambridge, and at Inner Temple he did his law. The general impression is that somewhere between Cambridge and Inner Temple in London, where he also spent some time at Delhi School of Economics, which had been founded by Fabian socialists, he became himself a Fabian socialist. That is the general impression. As I read more and more about Nehru, I discovered that that was completely wrong impression. It was a false impression. It's not even wrong, it's a false impression. If anything, all available evidence indicates that if he was getting attracted to something, it was much more radical form of socialism. And he was most influenced, while at Cambridge at least, if he was at all influenced by socialist thought, it was William Morrison, William Morris, who was a textile engineer and a radical socialist. And in the late 19th century, he wrote a number of volumes which Nehru had actually brought with him when he returned to India. Then later on, when you see Nehru comes back, I think around 1912 or 1912, he starts practicing law with his father. There is no trace of socialism in him. His heart is not really in practicing law, and eventually, by 1919, he joins the freedom movement, and that becomes his passion. But in those early years, actually, of even participation in the national movement, you don't see any evidence of socialism in him. Where he converts actually is that his wife Kamala Nehru becomes ill, and he has to take her to Europe, to Switzerland. But then he also travels around Europe at the time, and there is a conference in February 1927 in Brussels. It's called the Brussels International Congress Against Colonial Oppression and Imperialism. And this is where the world socialists as well as the nationalists from the various colonies get together. And it's a long, more than a week or so the Congress lasts, and this is where Nehru's ideas about socialism begin to firm up. And then he returns to India via the Soviet Union, and that's observation of Soviet Union during that visit also influences him a great deal. And this is where his conversion happens. And his biographer Sarvapalli Gopal writes there that that when he came back to India in December 1927, he returned a revolutionary, and he's referring to his conversion to this very radical socialist, radical socialism. Lot of the speeches he delivers then soon after returning to India, the writings, including in his autobiography, you can see a lot of this expression of the devotion to radical socialism. I'll quote actually from his 1936 presidential address. So he became in 1936 the president of Congress. And there was a session in Lucknow in April 1936, where, so this at least till, I take particularly the 1936 quote to make the point that at least till 1936, there is no trace of a Fabian socialist in Nehru. He is a radical socialist. And then we'll see that within a decade, by 1946, he turns much more moderate. He becomes an actual defender of moderation, and he pushes back by 1946 against the real radical socialists within the Congress, socialists who want wholesale nationalization, etc., and he pushes back. But first, this quote from 1936 presidential address of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. He says that I see no way of ending the poverty, the vast unemployment, the degradation, and the subjugation and the subjection of the Indian people except through socialism. That involves vast and revolutionary changes in our political and social structure, the ending of vested interests in land and industry, as well as the feudal and autocratic Indian state system. That means the ending of private property, except in a restricted sense, and the replacement of the present profit system by a higher ideal of cooperative service. In short, it means a new civilization radically different from the present capitalist order. He then continued on to extol the Soviet experience and said, some glimpse we can have of this new civilization in the territories of the USSR Much has happened there which has pained me greatly and with which I disagree, but I look upon that great and fascinating unfolding of a new order and a new civilization as the most promising feature of our dismal age. And now he says, if the future is full of hope, it is largely because of Soviet Russia and what it has done. And I'm convinced that if some world catastrophe does not intervene, this new civilization will spread to other lands and put an end to the wars and conflicts which capitalism feeds. So really, this is basically, he says that capitalism is the source of all evil. It is what has given rise to imperialism, and the only way we can end that is through some sort of international cooperation of the socialist minded governments. But somewhere between 36 and 1946, he is converted. And I suspect this one is a bit harder to explain how exactly that conversion happened. But I will just briefly state that this probably happened during 2 years of deliberations in what was the National Planning Committee. Subhash Chandra Bose became president of Congress Party in 1938, and he appointed this committee under the chairmanship of Nehru. It had 14 members, including 3 or 4 leading industrialists. It also had economists, scientists, and all. But this is where Nehru confronts the industrialists, and industrialists confront Nehru. Industrialists are worried that Nehru's India will effectively leave no room for the private enterprise. Nehru begins to realize that he really cannot take India forward without cooperation of these industrialists. In the end, he sees that only way to end poverty is growth through industrialization, and in the process of industrialization, he cannot do it alone through the public sector. He needs the private sector to be engaged as well. And it is this realization that is my inference, based also on the reading of The Discovery of India, which Nehru wrote in 1945, and where he describes some of this. Not in great detail, but he describes some of this, and he talks about how that there were disagreements between him and the industrialists, but they learned from interacting with me, and I learned from interacting with them, etc., etc. So I think there is some meeting of minds that happens, the result of which, of course, is that Nehru, at the end, by 1946, emerges as a much more moderate socialist, and the industrialists actually come to accept that they have got to work with Nehru. And so they write their own Bombay Plan, which is published in 1944-45, I think also by Penguin Books, eventually in 1945, in 2 parts. And the Bombay Plan, if you read it, it's no different from the second 5-year plan, which was the foundational plan of Nehru. In effect, the foundations and philosophy underlying and the policy instruments, etc., underlying the 2 plans, the Bombay Plan and the second 5-year plan, are very similar. So it seems that this is roughly the how the history evolved. History of Nehru's on turned to moderation, and this is where then this mixed economy model emerges ultimately, where both the public sector and private sector are operating side by side. Okay, now I want to get to the description of the Nehru model, what I have called the Nehru model in this book. So clearly the objectives, Nehru was very clear in his thinking that currently our incomes are so low that redistribution simply cannot get us anywhere as far as poverty alleviation is concerned. And he writes in somewhere in Discovery of India that all we could distribute was India's poverty. That there's nothing, there's no wealth to redistribute. And so therefore he says we have got to grow, and he even says in Discovery of India that we needed about 600% growth to happen in 10 years if we were to overcome poverty. But that was too ambitious. We really didn't think we could do that. But So we set the goal of 300% growth over a 10-year period. So in any case, that is his primary objective. But of course, he also, as a part of objective, is self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is not here in the sense of import substitution or protectionism. That is not where Nehru is coming from. Nehru's thinking is very different. He says that, well, what happens is that capitalism generally creates these factories which need raw material, and they need markets for selling their finished products. And that, of course, means that they use international trade as the instrument. And so they go and colonize, get the raw materials of the colonies, ship it back to the factories, produce finished product, and then come and dump that finished product onto the colonial country markets as well. So for him, effectively, international trade is an instrument of spreading imperialism. And so he writes again in Discovery of India, saying that we neither wanted to be victims of imperialism ourselves, nor did we want to develop imperialist tendencies of our own. And therefore, we wanted self-sufficiency. So it was clearly self-sufficiency in the sense of rejigging our production basket to what we need to consume. Whatever he perceived as being our consumption basket is the one to which he wanted to rejig the production basket. And if he could do it, ideologically, he was not against trade or something, but he just wanted to rejig so that trade will automatically be eliminated. So it is not talking in terms of erecting these barriers and so forth, although import licensing regime, which was put in place in the Second World War, was still in place. And I'll come to that, but basically when during the Second World War, India had large balances of payment surpluses, which it accumulated as sterling balances in the Bank of England. So it had these foreign exchange balances built up. So if you look at the history, until in 1957, these sterling balances run out. The import policy of India is relatively liberal. Import licenses are liberally issued. If you have elders, who were around during the 1950s or 1940s, they'll tell you that, all sorts of consumer goods were imported at the time, all sorts, cosmetics, whatnot, lipsticks, and soaps, etc. And they were available. Those who could afford could actually buy the imported products, consumer goods also. It's only after 1957, when the foreign exchange runs out, that the import regime then tightens quite dramatically. And by early 1960s, all consumer goods have been banned, except the essential, meaning food, grains, etc. They were allowed, obviously, but nothing else. Okay, so this is his objectives. Then the strategy, of course, is here. The automatic implication of this is also this is the time that Bretton Woods system has brought the fixed exchange rates to the countries. So India is now on a fixed exchange rate system. And so obviously, unless the exchange rate is being fixed to begin with in a good place, that's not overvalued, and your monetary policy is not generating inflation rate that is much higher than the inflation rate in your competing countries, you would end up with balance of payments deficits. In effect, so that of course means that you will have to either draw upon your reserves, or you have to have very strict import licensing. So this is where the import policy is going to head post 1957 especially. Now, also, if your goal is self-sufficiency, Nehru reasoned, then and you know that you need to grow, you need to industrialize, and the prevailing thinking was really not so much focused on productivity growth as the source of economic growth, but generally the Herod-Domar style, which is also underlying the Mahalanobis model, only that Mahalanobis model is a two-sector model. But effectively, you need, so this growth is largely seen as being driven by investment. And the prevailing thinking is also among the economists, of course, is that one of fixed capital to incremental capital to output ratio, that's translating investment into growth. So he said, well, for growth we need to do the investment. How do you do investment? You have to have machines, but machines, are you going to import? No, I don't want to import. Well, then we got to produce machinery domestically. So therefore, the conclusion was that if we are going to industrialize, we got to have heavy industry, which includes steel, machinery, chemicals, engineering goods, that set of products. So that is a high priority. Now, obviously, in a country where labor is so abundant, if you left the private businessmen to make their own decisions, they are not going to go into heavy industry. They are going to choose to go into the labor-intensive industry because that's where they can be competitive. But of course, you don't want them to taking capital into those industries. How do you stop them? Well, that's where you need investment licensing. So investment licensing became a necessary instrument. So in my instruments, there you see there's instruments. There is investment licensing. The other instrument used became the public sector production, which of course was also consistent with Nehru's objective of promoting socialism, that we don't want inequality. How do we avoid inequality? Well, if the government or the public ownership exists of the production resources, then whatever is produced, whatever profits accrue will become public. And that way we will avoid inequality. And so socialism went very well with the public sector production. So public sector came into play as well. And I already explained to you, once you had the fixed exchange rate system, exchange rate could no longer be the equilibrating factor between imports and exports, and therefore you had to have some sort of mechanism to clear the balance of payments and so you had to have the import licensing. So those became the instruments. Okay. So this is rough, I'll maybe come a little bit later very briefly to this. Largely I'm going to skip this, but I want to describe the contemporary thought. So now what happens is, who are the other major actors? You got, there is one name which is there in all the books dealing with economic, with the economy in that set of years, Mahalanobis. P.C. Mahalanobis, who was he? He was actually a physicist who studied at Cambridge. And then he self-taught statistics and became actually by practice a statistician. Started at the Indian Statistical Institute. He was the founder of the Indian Statistical Institute. He was also the founder of journal Sankhya. By early 1930s, he had founded both of those. And early 1940s, we see accounts of him actually meeting Nehru, discussing planning and whatnot. So he really imbibes, he figures out what Nehru is interested in. He obviously agrees with him and all. And so by 1953, he writes this Mahalanobis model, which all of us in the textbooks study. At least my generation studied it. It still is a subject of study and research. Even the former director of ISI, Chetan Ghate, who is now at the Institute of Economic Growth, actually has written a whole long book very recently on the Mahalanobis model. So in any case, so he is assigned the task of writing the framework for the second 5-year plan, and what he produces is called the draft plan frame or draft second plan frame, meaning framework for this. And that is what becomes the basis of all the discussion during this period. Now, this is the second plan. It is preceded by the first plan. First plan, actually, by the time it was finalized, 2 years had already passed. And what they did was to, put together the ongoing projects and some new ones that they were going to initiate. So first plan was really not yet the serious plan. The really serious one, which is, in my judgment, the foundational plan of Nehru, is the second plan. And this is the one that Mahalanobis writes in. And around this, Nehru is very open intellectually. So he holds wide discussions, appoints a panel of economists. There are 21 leading economists taken from various institutions around India. And they are assigned the tasks. These 21 economists go to work. They themselves produced a large number of papers of their own. It's almost 35, 40 papers, all of which I read actually in the course of writing this book. He invites foreign economists, and then the panel of economists, 21 economists, is asked to write a report, submit their views to the Planning Commission. And that panel of economists ends up basically very strongly endorsing. If anything, actually, if you read that document, submission by the 21 economists, you would find that they want far more regulation than the draft plan frame had put on the table. Number of things, that the government should regulate this, should regulate that. So it's a long document of its own as well. But in effect, and even on the plan size, where the note of dissent came from B.R. Shenoy, Shenoy's point was that this was too large a plan, it will create inflation, it will make us uncompetitive, so he was opposed to that on that ground. But even on that front, the main submission by the 21 economists was that if anything, the plan was a little too small because you don't know, the deflation might happen, and in that case you need more and more kind of more borrowing and resource mobilization, etc. So there was endorsement. A lot of foreign economists were invited. They all uniformly endorsed it. Our own, there was also some bit of dissent, although no formal dissent was submitted by these economists. This is Vakil, who along with Brahmanand, Vakil was a member of, was one of the 21. Brahmanand was not, but Brahmanand was at the time a young student of Vakil. They together wrote, so they said that agriculture should be the focus, but then they said, but agricultural, in the industry you do agricultural machinery, and agriculture will generate some surplus which they can exchange for the agricultural machinery that will raise productivity in agriculture, and so this cycle will drive growth. So they had a slightly different model, but at the end of the day, they all still endorsed the heavy industry, they endorsed the self-sufficiency objectives. There is hardly any sort of body questioning either self-sufficiency or heavy industry. You don't see that. So whatever disagreements come in are largely around the size of the plan, or focus on agriculture more centrally. But heavy industry is incorporated, and self-sufficiency as an objective, it's there pretty much on behalf of everybody. So in this sense, I think this is a case where economists simply failed. You could say it's a prevailing thinking and so forth, but in hindsight, what happened was such an obvious mistake. Now, how there was so much agreement around it is itself quite a bit of a puzzle. But as I will explain to you in a minute, and at least one person, one economist who was actually sent by the United States Eisenhower administration, Milton Friedman, did actually get it right. He got everything right. He wrote a very short note of 4,000 words where he got everything right. But of course, at that time, Milton Friedman had not been accepted even within the United States. So he had no prayer that he would be accepted in India. Nobody even knew what he wrote. It is only in the around 1980s that Subrata Roy rediscovers that note, brings it out, and I sort of, for the first time, saw it around 2000 when I wrote then a column in the Economic Times. Industrialists, even industrialists, as I mentioned to you already, they endorsed through the Bombay Plan, which very much was something very, very similar to what the second five-year plan was. So there was obviously no, even in the early 60s, when people started complaining a bit to Nehru, Nehru said that, what are you talking? The industrialists have themselves endorsed the second five-year plan. So he defended that. There was a forum for free enterprise where contrary views were expressed, but the forum for, A.D. Prof, who had founded the Forum for Free Enterprise, was very explicit that our job, our objective is only to create this intellectual discussion. But they were not a lobby group for the contrary policies, so they never pushed hard. So they had no impact whatsoever. In hindsight, we can go and read what they wrote and what they said, but they never presented themselves as a sort of pressure group to go for somewhat different set of policies. And certainly even none of those also in the writings around this period say anything that about not going for heavy industry or not going for self-sufficiency. So even though, even as they advocate the importance of private enterprise, giving private enterprise greater space, etc., they are not arguing against the heavy industry or against self-sufficiency. So this is general agreement. Milton Friedman, I think that is one, very briefly, who got it all right. And on the core set of things, what he said was the following. He said that, look, you're doing heavy industry. So what you're doing is there is very little capital. It's a poor country. 7% is your rate of savings. You're putting that capital into this heavy industry where hardly any labor is being used. Some, but it's, compared to what vast pool of labor that you got, hardly any labor is being used there. On the other hand, the second important piece of Nehru's model was, which I forgot to mention earlier, was the cottage industry, small industry, village industry, whatever, sometimes referred to in those days as hand industry. Hand industry because there is no capital, you are working with your hands, so it's hand industry. This is where the capital, consumer goods were to be produced, and this is where all the employment was to take place other than agriculture. About 70% of the population of the workforce was in agriculture at the time. The remaining 30%, whatever was here, would be employed here in this cottage, small hand industry. And so Milton Friedman said that, look, so here you got heavy industry where all capital sits but no labor. Here at the other extreme, you got all labor sitting but no capital. But obviously, this is a misallocation of both capital and labor. What you need is for capital and labor to cooperate. The better allocation is somewhere, the optimal allocation is somewhere in between these two extremes. So that was his first point, which clearly, was going towards saying that, look, do labor-intensive industry. He didn't put it that way, but that effectively is what it implies. He also talks a bit about the exchange rate, which, of course, at that time, no salience, but he does talk actually that, have flexible exchange rate. He refers to the Canadian experience with flexible exchange rates. So this is where, as I said, he has no salience, so nobody actually knows about this if you look at the contemporary. The only author in 1960 who refers to this note is P.T. Bauer, who is, of course, his fellow member of the MPS, the Mount Berlin Society, which is the kind of libertarian group of thinkers at the time. So Bauer is obviously from Milton Friedman's camp, and so he knew about that note. He refers to it in his 1960 book. Okay, so in effect, that is the model that got implemented. So investment licensing became an integral part of it. Import licensing became an integral part of it. And that, of course, obviously, to implement this vast system of license, and also one further, of course, restriction that had to be, that accompanied import licensing, which is the exchange control. There had to be both, import licenses had to be issued, but foreign exchange allocation also had to be done side by side with import licensing. So the two had to be coordinated. So chapter 6 describes the investment licensing, what the system was like, and chapter 8 describes what the import licensing and exchange control system were like. This is where I'm suggesting, please these are painful chapters for me to have written and will be painful for you to read, but read those, you'll get an idea. I mean, that is it humanly possible to design such a complicated system? But we did, and we implemented it. So I'll not describe that. What I want to do is briefly mention, the efficiency effects that system came to have. So the way the system worked, of course, the planning commission would decide what products will be produced in the next 5 years. It's a product-wise plan, right? So product-wise targets were set by the planning commission. Then the administrative machinery will take those targets and then begin to translate them into enterprise level allocations of investment and enterprise level allocations of foreign exchange and enterprise level of allocations of import licenses. So that's how the system worked. Okay? The foreign exchange had to be allocated every 6 months because they're trying to predict how much will be available, and so they, all they could do is foresee. Even that was very difficult, but foresee at most 6 months before what will be available over the following 6 months. So the result, of course, was that no priorities could be set. I mean, in a way, how did the planning commission decide what should be produced? Right? Even if you decide that, okay, priority is heavy industry, within heavy industry, which products? So there was no easy way to set the priorities. So this was all very ad hoc. No efficiency criteria certainly entered, meaning some sort of sense of cost advantage of India in such and such products. None of that entered in the decision making of the planning commission when it set all these production targets. But moreover, when you go further down, between public sector, what do you give to the public sector, what do you give to the private sector? What criteria are you using to allocate the targeted production between public and private sector? Again, it was very ad hoc. In the private sector, licenses were issued as the applications came. No effort was made to choose between different applicants based on efficiency. Right? So how do you decide, when you are going to issue licenses, let's say for 2 factories, 10 applicants come in. How do you decide whom to give? First come, first serve. So that's how it was. So again, efficiency played no role. After licenses were issued, there was no scope for the more efficient to expand and force the less efficient to contract. Right? This is allocation. So you get so much capacity, you get to produce, let's say, 10,000 automobiles or 10,000 scooters. Somebody else gets a license to produce 5,000 scooters. But if you are more efficient, you have no way of expanding your production because licenses was issued only for 10,000, and the less efficient therefore survives. Of course, there is no competition from abroad either, so you don't have that pressure of competition either. So each producer who imported inputs had to get his license, search for suppliers abroad, and maintain inventory. So scale economies associated with bulk purchases and pooled inventory were also ruled out. A producer facing temporary shortage of an imported input was prohibited from borrowing those inputs from another one who had a temporary excess supply. So you could have shortage in one factory, excess supply in another factory of the inputs, but you can't, you're not allowed in the system to arbitrage. Delays in the issuance of the investment and import licenses were endemic. Significant resources had to be deployed to jump through the bureaucratic hoops to obtain licenses. There was virtually no competition, so this I have already described. Shortages of imported inputs and domestically produced items created scope for widespread corruption. The government also introduced price controls to cap the profitability of items in short supply, and that created more avenues for corruption. The excess demand resulting from the price controls also led to long waiting queues and a black market for items such as automobiles, two-wheelers, cement, and telephones. These were all subject to all sorts of regulations. Interesting, joke here from the Soviet Union told by Ronald Reagan, none other than the US president, So he tells this joke that, this fellow, because Soviet Union had also this sort of planning and these delays and long queues. So somebody comes in to apply for buying an automobile. So they tell him, okay, go to such and such window, deposit so much advance money. So he goes to the window, deposits the advance money, says, okay, so what is next? He said, well, now come back in 10 years, you will get your car. So he says, well, will it be in the morning or in the evening? So the fellow says, what does it matter? It's 10 years from now. He says, no, I already have an appointment from a plumber 10 years from now, so I need to know that there will be no conflict. So, I mean, but this sort of graphically describes or comically describes, what happens in such situations. So, there was also other sources of misallocation. I'll just jump that. I think, we need to make progress. What is the outcomes now? So there is one chapter on what outcomes it led to. Growth was slow. Total about, we grew about, during the Nehru years, 4%, 4.1%. Per capita was about 2% because population was growing at about 2%. Industry also really grew relatively slowly. So the kind of industrialization Nehru had sought did not happen. Some growth did happen. It was a Herculean effort. The whole nation was mobilized. So, anything would have led to better outcomes. Sometimes people compare, this Nehru period with 50 years preceding independence under the British and say that, at that time the growth was 1% and hardly any growth in per capita income, and here we at least got 2% per capita income growth and 4% GDP growth. But it's really a false comparison because that was a colonial policy geared to the interests of the mother country, meaning the Great Britain. This is a Herculean effort made in the national interest. So any policy that is geared to the national interest would have led to some growth, and so it did. But the relevant comparison is that was there an alternative which could have given a much better outcome? And the answer to that, in my opinion, is a resounding yes. The share of agriculture in the total workforce remained unchanged between 50 and 71. So no transformation in this sense. Industrialization is supposed to actually bring out workforce out of agriculture into industry and services. None of that happened, actually. The absolute workforce, of course, increased in agriculture because, percentage remained fixed more or less at 70%. I'll show the figures in a minute. There was no reduction in poverty, which was the ultimate objective. It couldn't happen. The whole process, you see, here we often ask the question, is growth inclusive, right? We don't actually ever ask the opposite question that can non-inclusion lead to poor growth outcome? Here, that was happening simultaneously, because the growth process was not inclusive, meaning that your abundant factor was labor. You are not using that factor effectively. That is what would have given you a large boost in productivity if you were using labor more effectively. That did not happen. So non-inclusive process of growth itself led to slower growth. And of course, whatever growth happened did not result in any inclusion because that growth was happening in an enclave. So the steel factories and the machinery factories. So how many workers could benefit from that? So in effect, also the result was that no skill formation happened. Usually, if you look at South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, China, etc., skill acquisition happens in factories. And that is the labor-intensive factory. You start with apparel, footwear, furniture, these kinds of products, where some machinery interacts with the labor, and labor working on machinery acquires skills. And then as you grow a little richer, capital accumulation can happen because once you are getting richer, more savings are happening. Capital to labor ratio is rising, and that allows more complicated, more complex machinery to come in. Workers now work on more complex machinery, higher levels of skills are required. That's the process. None of that could happen in India, and today, as a result, you can see even till today, the skill levels in India are not great. And I'll come to that, the fallout of that in the longer run, the lasting impact. All right, so no reduction in poverty happened. Poor performance of international trade, neglect of primary education, which I will mention in a minute also. So this is growth. I'll just, I summarily I have said that, but GDP, but I think occupational structure is where you can see the first line is all you want to need to see really. 51, 72%, 1961, 71.8%, 1971, 72.1% in agriculture. These are census figures, so fairly reliable. That's it. I think, no transformation over this period, even though some industrial growth did happen. Very interesting table here, index of industrial production. What is growing? Look at that. Iron and steel from 122 to 238, 55 to 56, and 50-51 is 100. So, everything is normalized to 100 in 50-51. Look what happened to cotton textiles. From 128, it goes to 133. Very, very sad story of cotton textiles. India had a huge advantage in that industry. 1948 to 50, the average world market share of India was about 10%, same as Japan at the time. 1950s, as they unfold, both US and UK withdraw from that market. They reduce their exports in these markets. And so new space is created for someone to fill it. India fails. Actually, Japan takes away all that extra space. So till, what we did actually was not only we did not issue any licenses to the textile industry, additional licenses to expand their production, but we actually taxed heavily, heavy excise tax was imposed on cotton textile industry to restrain it. Why? Because otherwise the cottage industry, which is also producing textiles, will not be able to compete against this, this more formal factory production. So they completely the textile industry is basically decimated through policy. Even actually restrictions are imposed that they should also use part of their production capacity to produce khadi. So it's just giving another handicap to the industry. So all this actually happened with general consensus, one would think actually. Okay, so that's the general. So I don't have the slides here on poverty, but no reduction in poverty happened. Good weather, good rains. Poverty could fall, but then the drought will come and poverty would rise again. So trend, if you look at the trend, it is studied very carefully by T. N. Srinivasan and others, and effectively there is no reduction in poverty. All right. So what happens now? I've come to the third part of the book. 10 more minutes. Is that okay? All right. So the lasting impact. First of all, what happens actually is that all the critical players in the system, the politicians, the bureaucrats, the intellectuals, and the businessmen, all four influential constituencies get very hardwired for socialism. And it turns out that there is this inheritance that the younger politicians come in, learn from the older ones. Now remember that younger politicians who are coming in at any point in time, they are a flow. Older ones are a stock. So the older ones are numerous, younger ones are few. So they quickly kind of learn from these older ones, and they see nobody who doesn't believe in socialism. So the conversion happens. Same for bureaucrats. New batches of IAS officers, etc., who come in, again, a small flow, existing stock, large one, they quickly educate them into socialism. And intellectuals are the worst, actually, I must say. If you look through our history, intellectuals are the strongest defenders of socialism. To the point, I would challenge today that if I ask you to name a single economist who is 100% homegrown and is a passionate advocate of markets and free trade. You will not find one. Largely those who have advocated passionately the reforms, open markets, freer trade, not largely, almost exclusively are those who are either got their education abroad, and generally the United States, not UK, or some who spent considerable amount of time outside. In one case, this was in Asia. So Abid Hussain, an early advocate of liberal policies inside the government. So he had also spent a lot of several years actually somewhere in Asia. So he'd seen Korea, Taiwan develop in a very outward-oriented, pro-market kind of policies. So in any case, when we come out, there is a wonderful debate. There was a no confidence motion against Nehru in 1963 or 64. And that parliamentary debate is, of course, recorded in India. Beautiful report. I quote from this very extensively. And in effect, what you observe is that there is one parliamentarian, Minu Masani, who really sort of is very critical of Nehru's policy, even criticizes heavy industry and all. But Nehru has not moved an iota. Now, remember that Nehru was basically a pragmatist, and he evolved. If you look at his history, his writings, everything, he evolves, and he himself knows that he evolves. Sometimes he would write that, when I read things that I've written even 5 years ago, I find that this is someone whom I perhaps knew, but I don't see that I wrote it. I mean, this is how, he sees himself. But on these sets of issues, he has not moved an iota. The entire speech that he finally gives, in response to the no confidence motion, the ending speech, is full of defending everything that he put in place in the second 5-year plan. So no change. Now, Nehru died in May 1964. Lal Bahadur Shastri succeeded him. Some people argue actually that he was more liberal, and if he had lived longer, then liberalization would have come earlier and all. I disagree with that, and I argue that and document why I think that such speculation has no foundation. Shastri also died relatively early, so 1966 January, Indira Gandhi, the daughter of Jawaharlal Nehru, became the Prime Minister. Now here, very briefly, I will mention a few things that, there is through the years that follow, there is a lot of challenges come to the socialist view. I won't say that these are market-oriented views, these are only less socialist. But in every time that this confrontation happens, the hardcore or more socialist view wins. And this is the sense in which I say that, you're really on a deterministic path. There was no way of getting away from it, because even attempts at small movements away from that path failed. So first struggle happens between the conservative wing of the Congress party, so-called syndicate or organizational wing of the Congress party, and Indira Gandhi in 1969. And Indira Gandhi wins hands down by nationalizing the banks. So she basically going more socialist, and through nationalization of banks, she gains enormous popularity, and then calls for early elections, and actually scores a very huge victory in 1971. This is before the Bangladesh war. So her popularity was already established before the Bangladesh war. That was one confrontation. Then in the end, 1977, post-emergency, when elections happen, Indira Gandhi loses. Conservative Morarji Desai comes to office. You would think that now he will try to dismantle what had been done. Absolutely nothing is dismantled. So Indira Gandhi had done a lot of nationalizations. Insurance got nationalized, banks got nationalized, coal mines got nationalized, oil industry got nationalized, urban land, she put ceilings of how much urban land you could, very tight ceiling on how much urban land you could hold. Labor laws, the Industrial Disputes Act got tightened up, first in 1976, then in 1981 and all. None of that was reversed. If anything, Morarji Desai went in and put another 300-400 items on what is called the small-scale industries reservation list. that there is a long list of items, all labor-intensive products. All labor-intensive products were allowed to be produced only by small-scale industry. So you don't even apply for licenses for those industries, obviously, because they are by law permitted only to be produced by the small enterprises. So he also made that list much longer. So if anything, he went more in that direction rather than less. That was the main change he made as far as policy was concerned. Indira Gandhi returned in 1980, January, with, again, a resounding victory, a 2/3 majority and all. Some little bit of tinkering happened during that period towards liberalization, but nothing very substantial, nothing very significant. It was similar tinkering she had done in 1975-76, during the emergency period and all also. So it's nothing terribly impressive which could be identified as that, somehow liberalization began to happen. So 2 episodes I gave you where the struggle happened and the socialist side won. Third one was Rajiv Gandhi. This was a real challenge actually to the socialist regime, because Rajiv Gandhi had no interest in either socialism or actually politics to begin with. He had studied in England, came in 1970 back to India, joined the Delhi Flying Club, became a pilot in Indian Airlines. In fact, the first time that I left for the United States in 1974, I also took a flight from Jaipur to Delhi, a local flight, which Rajiv Gandhi had actually flown. So he was very much disinterested, and he used to read this, tech magazines, computers, etc. That was his interest. And so he had effectively experienced socialism from the other side, from the receiving end, rather than the giving end. So he genuinely wanted India to be liberal, and number of his speeches he gave actually in his first year, saying that, telling industrialists that, the speed at which we are going to be making changes, you will not be able to keep pace with us. I mean, that's how upbeat he was. So truly, a man who wanted to take India to the 21st century. But within 6 months, he had been more or less captured by his senior Congress leaders. The AICC session, so 85-86 budget, if you look at it, very reformist budget. He manages to implement that, but after that he loses steam. Nothing more happens, except in trade, some tinkering with liberalization continued to happen. May 1985, there is an All India Congress committee session at which the senior leaders effectively force him that you got to say explicitly in your public address that Congress continues to believe in Nehru socialism. That was Nehru's legacy. There was no way getting away from it. And ultimately, to get his own agenda accepted in the working committee by these senior Congress leaders, he has to accept a public embrace of socialism. He still does it reluctantly and puts it, saying, he redefines socialism in his speech, saying that after all, what is socialism? What it means is bringing the people who are down below up to those who are up there already. And not what socialism doesn't mean that you bring those who have higher incomes, bring them down to create equality. So at least he redefines and stands his ground at least partially. But policy-wise, he is finished. Policy-wise, second budget is very disappointing. Everybody like Nani Palkewala, etc., or Prem Shankar Jha, etc., who had really hailed the first budget, were very disappointed in the second budget. And in the last 3 years, of course, Rajiv Gandhi also got mired in all sorts of problems. The Bofors scandal happened. The troops that got sent to Sri Lanka got beat up. The Shah Bano case happened. So he basically lost his popularity. And he eventually also did not come back as the prime minister. 2 very quick successive prime ministers came in, VP Singh and Chandrasekhar. Not much changed during that time. VP Singh did try to change actually the industrial policy. He was bringing a fairly liberal industrial policy. That policy went about 80% to what Narasimha Rao in 1991 implemented. So that policy was actually approved, but it never got implemented under VP Singh because he lost mandate and Chandrasekhar came in. Narasimha Rao came in 1991. This was in the backdrop of a balance of payments crisis and all, and he turned out to be a very different kind of prime minister. Now, this is a very hard case to explain why Narasimha Rao was more liberal, why the liberalization. I mean, partly liberalization you could explain actually that 1991 there was balance payments crisis, you had to go to the International Monetary Fund, you had to go to the World Bank, so conditionality came with it, etc. So the initial liberalization of 1991 you can explain that way, but you cannot explain why liberalization continued, because he also then gave entry to the private banks, he gave entry in telecommunications to the private players, he gave entry to the private players in civil aviation, number of things that got done, continued to be done. During the years when World Bank and IMF had completely lost any clout that they had. I know this firsthand because I was working at the World Bank. I came on the second mission of the World Bank that came here. So I know the full story of that. World Bank had zero clout left actually by, I think, April 93 is when I came. That was the second tranche of loan that was given by the World Bank. So India was in the driving seat already, and if they chose, they could have actually, if they wanted, they could have even reversed what liberalization happened. But not only that was kept, the liberalization was kept, but forward movement also kept happening. So one needs to explain P.V. Narasimha Rao. We don't have the time, so please read that. I think that's a very interesting account I give there, why Narasimha Rao turned out to be a bit different. He was succeeded, but then he also actually got very unpopular due to corruption scandals that got played up in the press for a considerable period of time in his last 1 or 2 years. So he lost then couple of, or 2 or 3 governments which were very short-lived governments that came into existence. Finally, 97, I think, March 1998, Atal Bihari Vajpayee came. He was truly a liberalizing prime minister. Huge amount of liberalization happened during this period. For the first time, people like me could feel very at home that Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the prime minister, would from the ramparts of Red Fort would say that India needs 10% growth so that it can remove poverty. Through the 1990s, much of 1990s, we were very apologetic to actually say that growth is very important. There is just no acceptance of that view. But Atal Bihari Vajpayee really truly changed that. That growth was very, very important. And from then on, at least, growth became really the buzzword. Today, of course, even a quarterly growth figure, if it rises dramatically or falls dramatically, it attracts huge amount of attention. So in this sense, some progress has happened. 2004, Atal Bihari Vajpayee again lost the election, and a Congress-led government came to power, and which ruled for the following 10 years. My personal reading, also reflected in large number of media columns that I wrote during those 10 years, is that was a non-reformist government. Actually, the second, this is the United Progressive Alliance. The first was at least okay in the sense that it didn't do any reversals, even did some liberalization. Trade was continued to be liberalized till 2007. Small-scale industries list was also trimmed during those years up to 2007. But after that, things went haywire actually under the UPA too. We had some very socialist era kind of policies put in place, the Pension Land Acquisition Act, the Right to Education Act, the retrospective taxation, all the kind of paralysis that came to characterize the government decision making on all the major projects, because the environmental ministry will simply not clear any of the projects on environmental grounds. So this was this huge kind of what I would say reversal back to socialist era kind of policies. And hardly anything that was, you say, pro-growth liberalization that happened. I wrote actually one column saying that the UPA seems to have come to believe that the economy is like Kamdhenu. This is the kind of mythical cow in the Indian mythology which gives you continuously gifts after gifts, without doing anything to the cow. I said, you can't do that. You have to nurture the economy to get more out of it. You can't really, because growth continued to happen because Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Narasimha Rao had done enough reforms in place, put enough reforms in place. And the last set of ones, a lot of macro reforms that Atal Bihari Vajpayee did, which by 2003-04, which was last year of Vajpayee, had put India on to about 7 to 8%, about 8% growth. That year growth rate was 7.9%, and subsequent 2-3 years, 7.9, 7.98. So, rapid growth happened. But that was happening because of the reforms that had been done, and nothing got undone by UPA 1. But UPA 2 actually started undoing things. The result of that was actually the growth rate in their last 2 years sharply declined. Inflation became double digit. Balance of payments deficit went to something like 4% of the, or the current account deficit went to close to about 4% of the GDP. So a lot of bad things happened as a result. Ultimately the effect happens with the leg, but no doubt actually the effects will happen. So what then Modi came in 2014, what he inherited actually was a very weakened economy because of this. So a lot of house cleaning had to be done, etc. and all. Some reforms happened again during the first term, but it has been slow going in the second term, particularly after the farm laws had to be withdrawn. Labor laws got passed but were not implemented. And COVID also happened, so that also came in the way. But we need still reforms to happen. Long and short, I think still this hesitation on reforms remains. Democracy has the advantage that whatever changes have happened are permanent. I mean, largely nothing major has been reversed. Some bad new policies have come in, but whatever good policies had been put in place generally were not reversed. That's to the credit of the democratic consensus building. But at the same time, change is slow. I mean, compare that to what happened in China, for example, where once Deng Xiaoping came in, made the decision that he wants to go in a different direction, even though he had some internal opposition to overcome, but he could do it because of the authoritarian regime very quickly. But of course, there is also a disadvantage because once Xi Jinping now decides something differently, that this liberalization is undermining my own authority. He wants to reverse that many of the things. He's able to do it speedily there too. So it's a double-edged sword in this sense, but certainly, the thinking that got put in place did impact India adversely in terms of very slow pace of change. Also, I think, in terms of the structure that India inherited has changed very, very slowly. If you look at it, look today at the industrial structure. What are India's successful industries? Petroleum refining, very capital intensive. Machinery, very capital intensive. Pharmaceuticals, very capital skilled labor intensive. IT industry, very skilled intensive. Finance industry, you could say, very skilled intensive. So you again see this non-inclusion in the growth process continues. Till today, 45% of the workforce, 46% of the workforce is in agriculture, another 40 to 45% in very tiny enterprises, less than 20 workers each. 40% of workforce, in fact, is in enterprises that are less than 10 workers. So only 7-8% of the workers are in corporate. This structure that we had come to put in place still remains like that. One final point I forgot to mention, I want to round off, is that the policy of heavy industry in the early years also had a major impact on how education in India evolved. Now, the heavy industry required engineers and managers. So we put in place IITs and we put in place IIMs. But no money was left for primary education. A telling fact, this is a fact that is reported by P.T. Bauer in his 1960 book. He says the development expenditure on education during the second 5-year plan in India was half of what Nehru has invested in a single steel mill. I mean, that is a telling figure, what happened to primary education. So this had consequences all around. And these consequences remain. Even today, the change is slow. And there are chapters on bureaucracy, the intellectuals, etc., which in detail kind of explore and make the point that, because even though there's no doubt that there are some very enlightened bureaucrats without which the change that has happened could not have happened. So some enlightened bureaucrats were absolutely critical to the process of liberalization. But the central tendency of the bureaucracy still remains one of resisting the change. The central tendency is to slow down the change. And I have seen this from inside, because I was for 5 years, for 3 years, the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, so I worked closely at the Prime Minister's level and all. And I can assure you that, people think that, oh, Prime Minister Modi is such a powerful Prime Minister, why can't he change things rapidly? It's not that easy. Actually, the bureaucracy, the way the rules have come to be written, multi-layered regulation on everything. You try to privatize a single enterprise. The process is so multi-layered. And even at the last stage, when you think you have succeeded, somebody will go in and challenge you in the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court will rule against privatization. So, all sorts of barriers exist in our system. And of course, the judiciary is still, it is much improved from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's much improved. There is no doubt. It sees the importance of growth and role of markets, etc., to a much greater degree than it does today. But it still remains largely more than certainly the political class, the defender of the old economic order. I don't want to go beyond the economy, but on the economic issues, it still remains overall not a positive force. So that is a hard going, but on the other hand, a lot of change has happened. We have had very solid growth, and I myself actually put it very optimistically that, after all, in the last 20 years, India, in dollar terms, in real dollar terms, it has grown 8%. In current dollars, it has grown 10%. And that is what has accounted for India's rise. Today, we are fifth largest. In 3 or 4 years, we'll be the third largest. And no doubt, in 10 or 11 years, we should be a $10 trillion economy, at which point the next to us, whoever is the fourth, probably Germany, will be at least $2 to $3 or $4 trillion behind us. So future as such, I see, is certainly bright. It could have happened faster. We could all have been richer today than we are, but that is how it goes. So thank you very much.
So that was fascinating, Professor Panagariya. I've been told that there is a hard stop at 11. I'll try to ignore that only for 3-4 minutes. So what we will do is we'll just collect a few questions. We may not be able to have the time to respond to them, but it would still be good to hear from you. So please raise your hand so that we can at least get the questions, and then there'll be more interaction that will happen over the coffee break. I won't use any time for myself except to mention one point. Professor Panagariya, you said for a large part of our history, growth has been considered to be a bad word. Fortunately, now growth is a very mainstream word. And the numbers are tracked every quarter. But profit, efficiency, productivity, competitiveness are still not very well liked words. And so entrenched is this concept of socialism. I'll just give a little anecdote from the institution which I currently head. When I inherited the institution 4 years ago, we had a 40% operational deficit. So I realized we had to take actions, and actions in such situations are not pretty, which means that things have to be done, people have to be moved. So in order to get some support from a senior faculty member, I told him this is the situation. And if we don't take actions, and I took a few names, if we don't take actions, we'll have to close down the institution. He said, I would rather close down the institution than take those actions. So this is how entrenched, this concept is. that we are happier together in misery than try for prosperity.
Only that only that probably he did not realize how difficult it will be to close
To even
anything
close town.
in India. Bankruptcies are incredibly difficult in India.
That's right. So let's take a few questions. Do we see hands from our women participants? Yes. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Manshu Singh from NIT Rourkela. So I have a very small question that I wanted to know your insight for, in spite of a structural transformation, and we are in 2024, the low percentage of R&D expenditure, it's still 0.6 to 0.9 roughly. So I would want to know your intake on that. Why is not that focused much? That's all. Thank you.
More questions? Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. So, sir, for the time period that we have covered through the PPT that you have just shown us, till what time could we maybe justify India as an economy and its political ideology sticking to the regime of socialism? And also, were there episodes before maybe 91 crisis that could have again justified the transition from socialism to a more open or to a more capitalist kind of an economy? Thank you.
Yes, next to you. Yeah.
So thank you so much for a brief history of Indian economy. So the question is related to the current that is happening to the Indian growth. So currently we saw that the forecast for the Indian economic growth was below that was forecasted. And also we are seeing a reversal in the labor force. So the current data shows that there is a reversal going on, that more labor is into agriculture compared to manufacturing and services in this year PLFS data. So can you comment on that what does this indicate, like what is happening currently to the Indian growth? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for a very brief synopsis, but yet very stimulating synopsis. I don't want to ask about data like other participants have. My question is, hindsight is crystal clear. Hindsight is crystal clear. So since you've gone into economic history, and that's what your book is all about, I would like to understand from you, what are the key ways in which you think India can move from socialism to more of capitalism? In your view, what should India be doing? Education, of course, is one sector you've mentioned, and we are all concerned about that. What else needs to be done beyond giving education to our leaders in specific disciplines that makes them more capitalist? Thank you.
Yes. So now we'll be totally inclusive. Anybody who has a question, yes, please. And you. And that's it, I think. We won't have more time.
Varun Kumar Das from D School. So I wanted to ask whether the Mahalanobis model was influenced by Gandhian philosophy, in the sense that where he imagined village economies to be some kind of an autarky and it could survive on its own.
And over here, please.
Sir, good morning. My questions are very simple, and I am joined in Delhi University Student Welfare, Professor Dr. Dhariram. Sir, how the teaching community of public education funded can play important role, and what is your own view on this particular subject? Thank you.
So Professor Ram Singh will just take 2.5 to 3 minutes if Professor Panagariya wants to respond to any or all of them.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'll do it. Okay. So, yes, we do need more R&D. Explaining why it is so little right now is a little complicated, but generally I think we got the model wrong. That all the R&D councils that we created, all research actually in India got concentrated in the councils, teaching got concentrated in the universities. So the industry has no easy way of connecting. Research ought to be concentrated in the universities. At least that's the model I understand works in the United States. You can't, in a way, if we were to take the time period when socialism really ended, if you want a single date there, I would say 1991. In a way, there's no, clean break. It's a slow process, and we are moving progressively away from it. But if you want a single date, I would say 91. Could liberalization happen sooner? As you saw, I tracked down that efforts. It could have happened under Rajiv Gandhi, but socialism did win out. So my kind of take has been that basically we were on a deterministic path. It was just not going to happen till crisis happened. Even within the government, some thinking had started, obviously, but nobody had the guts to take necessary action. Crisis really broke that ice. Reverse movement in agriculture, as far as I understand, I think Dr. Poonam Gupta probably has done the work numbers, and she'll know better. But my own understanding is that what has happened is that the reverse movement you're seeing is due to the massive increase in women participation in the labor force in rural areas. And that's what is being reflected in agriculture. If you look at the male workforce in agriculture, that has certainly declined. At least proportionally it has declined. I don't know what the absolute numbers are. So first I'll take the Gandhian one. Was it? No. Actually, Mahalanobis very much was the Nehru model. It was not in any way the Gandhian. Gandhian was an accommodation both on the part of Nehru as well as on the part of Mahalanobis. It was a convenient accommodation because they said we'll continue with the cottage industry. I mean, Gandhi wanted basically the cottage industry. And for Nehru it was convenient because, where do you put all the employment, so okay, this is where the employment will happen. And so the Gandhian constituency also got satisfied, could be bought off actually for the model. Now the two other questions that were asked, key ways to move away from socialism, and also the last one, how the teaching community can contribute. The answer is more or less the same to the two, that those of you who believe in markets and are in a position to write and educate others, I think you should try to do that. I mean, I have done this, for virtually almost 30 years, I would say, but certainly for 25 years. Very intensively from the days when this was very unpopular. But if you believe in something, you have to say it. You have to, and also, by the way, it is very important actually that you teach yourself how to communicate to the larger audience. Rigor is very important. Rigor in your thinking is very important. Whatever you say, you should be able to answer in a rigorous way. But you have to be able to also communicate that in plain English, in a way that people will communicate. I mean, in this sense, when I wrote this book, The Nehru Development Model, I have written it for an educated but non-specialist audience. I think, if you believe in markets, you believe in liberalization, you can count on it that those who believe in the contrary among your colleagues, you will never convince those. So don't waste your time on them. But there is a large section, particularly of the younger population out there, which is very much open to change, open to new ideas. That should be your audience. And of course, policymakers ought to be your audience as well. And mind you, there are plenty of people within the policy community, among the bureaucrats as well as the politicians, who read. Today it's not, if you write well, if you communicate well, if your ideas are sensible, they read. It may not bring change right away. It will not happen. I mean, it's rare that the change comes right away. So those of us who write would never know at what level you influenced and whom. But if you believe it, you do it. All I can see is that 20 years ago or 25 years ago and today, I see a very different level of acceptance of the liberal ideas. And so somewhere I can feel good that, yeah, perhaps, I too contributed to that change.
So thank you very much to Delhi School of Economics for having us over. Thank you, Professor Panagariya, for guiding us all this morning. Here is the book. I think it's very much worth a read. So I encourage everyone to get a copy and read it. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you so much, Professor Panagariya and Professor Gupta, for bringing so many dimensions into the discussion. Now I invite Professor Ram Singh, Director DSC, to come up on the stage and join Professor Poonam Gupta to present a memento to Professor Arvind Panagariya as a token of gratitude. Dr. Manish, please.
So we have covered the entire east of Delhi.
Yes. Yes, we don't do enough of.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate all the attendees for their active participation, and you can proceed to the lawns for tea and coffee. And then we'll meet again here at 11:30 a.m. for the next plenary session. Also, I request everyone to please wait. First, our speaker, our guests will leave, and then you can leave the auditorium.
to have with us our esteemed speaker, Professor Samuel Kortum, Director, the Cowles Foundation, James Burrows Mofa, Professor of Economics and Professor of Management at Yale University. Our esteemed chair for the session is Professor C.S.C. Shekhar, Professor at Institute of Economic Growth. I request Professor C.S.C. Shekhar and Professor Samuel Kortum to please head towards the stage and take your seats. Today's chair, Professor C.S.C. Shekhar, is currently the professor at the Institute of Economic Growth. He served as Honorary Director, Agricultural Economics Research Center, University of Delhi. He is renowned for his expertise in agricultural economics and policy research. His insightful contributions to economic development, sustainable agriculture, and food security have had a lasting impact on academia and policy making in India. Now I request Professor C.S.C. Shekhar to please take the talk further.
Thank you for the generous introductions. Today we have Professor Samuel Kortum from Cowles Foundation, Yale University. He'll be talking on technology and growth. So that's going to be the topic for today. And Professor Kortum has done an enormous amount of work on trade, particularly with Jonathan Eaton and others, and some of his models are widely followed. But today's talk is going to be very interesting because he's going to look at the underlying foundations, probabilistic foundations of technology and how it relates to growth and also reduction of cost of production. Without much ado, may I request Professor Samuel Kortum to take the floor? All yours. Thank you.
So, and then this is clicker work. Yes, sir. Oops. Yes, that's and then can I can do this right up? Okay, very good. Okay, thanks. Thanks, it's an honor to be here. And I was so excited when I was invited because partly I first came to India, and in fact the only time I've been in India, but it was for an extended period of time, was in 1986. I double checked. I arrived on New Year's Day of 1986. So it's really wonderful to be back again. So today's talk is, let me just jump to this slide. So the lecture today is based on work with Jonathan Eaton, and it was it's literally a paper that's already published. But that paper, I think, is a good one for this kind of a venue because it was really an attempt to try and find common threads throughout our work and to make it simpler. Sometimes when you write a paper the first time, you make things more complicated than they have to be. And often over time you realize, oh, it didn't have to be that complicated. There was a simpler way to think about it. And you might use similar ideas in another paper, and then you start connecting them and realize they're nice connections that you didn't realize at the time. And this paper that we wrote was really about trying to draw out those connections in the simplest way. Now, I want to apologize. It's almost the extreme opposite of the talk you just saw, which I enjoyed very much because on my visit in 1986, I read The Discovery of India, so it tied in very well. But this is not going to be like that. This is going to be a little bit abstract and a little bit mathematical. And, but that's what it is. Okay. So what we're trying to connect is our work, the way we modeled technology, both as a way of thinking about international trade, but actually originally to think about economic growth and technology diffusion, meaning ideas that were invented in one place and are used somewhere else, taking advantage of the idea that technology is non-rival, so it can
It can kind of move around the world. We use that later in models of networks, but maybe most well known is our work on international trade, which kind of came later. We realized that same setup would be a very nice way of capturing the Ricardian model of international trade. Okay. This is sort of poignant because Jonathan died just after this paper was finished in February of this year. And so this is sort of homage to him. But I think he would be pleased that we're with a former student at Yale. We're kind of still trying to make progress on some of the agendas here, and in particular a dynamic network of firms, which I might not even get to. My goal for today is really to get to the way I want to get from the idea of knowledge to the idea of international trade. That's my main goal today. Here's Jonathan. This was from a talk he gave. We were actually both visiting in Singapore, and he was giving a talk at that point. Now, in writing this paper, I think Jonathan realized he wasn't going to live so much longer, and he actually wanted to write the introduction himself. Normally, if you're young researchers, you'll probably have co-authors. Sometimes co-authors work from a distance. Sometimes they work together. We always work together, hovering over the same screen and arguing with each other about every word. He was a better writer, but sometimes I could improve his writing as well. But he wanted to write the introduction, and so I liked how he wrote the introduction, and I just want to repeat some of the words. Kind of why we did this, he was talking about incorporating the rich behavior we observe at the individual level, all the heterogeneity you see at the individual level, but being able to put it together and say something about the aggregate, because really that's what the economy is. It's lots of heterogeneity, all sorts of messy stuff going on, but then we want to be able to talk about how it works as an economy. As he says, probability theory has provided a tool for making progress on that agenda. And that's what I'm going to be bringing out, and in particular thinking of knowledge or technology in this probabilistic way, which is kind of natural because, you know, a new idea is probabilistic. You might have one tomorrow that's the best idea you ever have in your life, or most of the time you don't have any idea at all the next day. But it's just random. We get these ideas of different qualities. When they arrive, we don't know. But that's not just true for economic research. It's true for research in general. So it's true for the knowledge that we have about producing things in the economy. Okay. So then finally Jonathan said, we have been using these tools over many years, sometimes with confusion. So let me stop there, because that's the other thing, is often when you're doing research, you feel confused, which is good, because then you can become unconfused, which means you had an idea of how to become unconfused. And you might get a deeper insight into something in the kind of battle to become unconfused. So he said we were confusion and frustration, of course, frustration too, including lots of arguments with your co-author. That's why it's nice to have a co-author. But then with a sense of awe at what can be achieved. So that was unusual. He was not somebody who liked to brag. In a way, that's bragging. He never did, but in this sense, he was sort of bragging about, you know, sometimes things worked out pretty well. Here he is. Here we are being confused and frustrated, looking at, this was in the my old office. We're now in a new office, but looking in from the outside, and we were staring at a big screen where we had our paper and kind of like, we have another co-author, Francis Cremars, and he often said, you know, Francis knew more about mathematics, but he'd say Jonathan and I would always like stare at the equations and just, what was he had some funny way to describe it. We kind of talk to the equations, try and make them speak to us. That was kind of how we got around not knowing much math, just talk to the equations. Okay, so our path, finally, this is the last one about the introduction, but we've not shied away from showing the steps we took to get it answered, and so I'm not going to be shy about doing that either, because really my talk is that, kind of these steps, so that you can understand it, because our goal is to convey the reasoning in the hope of inspiring new research. So we kind of want to open the hood, look, here's how the engine works, take apart some of the pieces so you see how they work. Okay. So this is an outline, not much reason to stick with that. So technology. So really, what we're trying to model here, you could say, is a kind of model of intangibles. Intangibles, and in particular, the sense in which technological knowledge is an intangible. How do you model that economically and probabilistically? Just to make a connection to the talk by Professor Panagariya, you saw the role of capital in India's growth, but then there's often growth empiricists argue that the main thing is how technology improves over time, the efficiency with which we make use of labor, with which we make use of capital, and this is about that part of the growth process. Okay. So as I said, ideas can be good and bad. And so one way to represent something that can be good and bad is to say that it's drawn from a distribution and it could have a high value or a low value. So we're going to think about ideas being characterized by this random quality, which we call efficiency, which is how much output you can make using that idea with a unit of input. So we're kind of converting it into an economic way of measuring an idea. Okay, and so then the next 7 slides, we're going to do 3 things with these ideas. We're going to draw them from a probability distribution. We're going to count them, because we want to know how many ideas there are. And the other random thing about ideas, which I mentioned, it's both the quality that's random and when they arrive is random. So we want to count them, and then we want to order them. Why do we want to order them? Because when there's a better idea, there's not that much reason to have a less good idea. Now, sometimes less good ideas can be used, so we want to maybe keep track of the top few ideas of how to do something. But basically, there's creative destruction, and so when we get better ideas, we can throw away older, not so good ideas. The last thing that was on that slide, just to remind you, for a while here, we're going to be talking about producing a particular good. So that just makes the argument easier, is just say all the ideas for accomplishing something to produce a particular good as efficiently as possible. Okay, so Pareto is the distribution we use for the quality. So we're going to think about the ideas being drawn from this Pareto distribution. It gives the probability that efficiency level is above some value, little z. Little z is just some number. And then capital Z is a random variable. And the Pareto distribution, if you write it backwards, so usually you would write a cumulative distribution with a less than or equal to sign. But with the Pareto, it's kind of handy to write it with a greater than sign, and then you get rid of the 1 minus part. So all we have here is that getting you'll get a good idea, but it will be less probable depending on how good it is, and that's determined by theta. And then there's a kind of minimum quality of an idea, which is the z underbar, and that's all we have in the Pareto distribution. So the worst quality idea, which is the z underbar, determines the mean quality. I mean, it's not the same as the mean quality, but it's what pushes around the mean quality. And then the theta captures the heterogeneity, with a smaller theta actually meaning more heterogeneity in quality. Now, what's so good about Pareto? Why did we stick so fervently to this particular distribution? I mean, if we didn't have to, we wouldn't, but we found that we needed a property that this distribution has, and that property is a kind of replication property, which is as the Pareto, as you draw from it, and you talk about, okay, now we're only going to talk about the ideas that are greater, that are at least as good as Z prime. Well, that itself has a Pareto distribution. If you condition on Z prime, then drawing the ideas that are better than Z prime itself has a Pareto distribution, but now the minimum quality is Z prime rather than Z underbar. And so as you move out into the tail, there's it sort of replicates itself. And that's a very handy property. Okay, second thing is about counting ideas. Okay, so imagine you had n ideas. And each one is more, they can be bad ideas or good ideas, but some of them are going to be more efficient than Z, and that's going to occur with probability P sub Z, determined by that Pareto distribution. And then we could count how many are better than Z. So now we're not saying how good they are, but we know they're better than Z, and we know, and we're talking about how many are better than Z, and that's going to be random. It's going to be some subset of the overall number n. So we're calling that n sub Z. And that's simply going to be, that number can be thought of as just being drawn from a binomial distribution. It's just every time you have an idea, it might be better than Z, it might not be. Count up how many are successes better than Z, and that's going to be drawn from a binomial distribution. And then the expected value is just the number of ideas you had times the probability that any idea is more efficient than Z. And that has this form here where the part in parentheses, we've kind of hooked together the number of ideas you had and the minimum quality of them. And then we've left the Z to the minus theta by itself. The part in parentheses is being done for a reason. So that's just decoupling, my PZ equation from the Pareto. And that leads us to a Poisson distribution. So what's nice about a Poisson distribution is that you can imagine holding fixed the term in parentheses from the last slide while letting the number of ideas go to infinity. So, that's another thing. We have lots of ideas. They're mostly bad. And so let's just say there are an infinite number of them, countably. If at the same time we let the Z underbar go to 0 so that we say they're all pretty bad, but we do that in such a way that the product of capital N and Z underbar to the theta is equal to a constant that we're going to call T, well then the number of ideas better than Z, instead of being binomial, is Poisson. And that's kind of a nice way to think about ideas. It's that the number of ideas that are better than some level is Poisson, and the Poisson parameter contains the information about what they're better than. Because notice here, we have TZ to the minus theta, so we have the mean. Oh, yeah, that's already gone. Okay, yeah. So notice that the mean of this Poisson distribution is itself a function of Z, because obviously the number of ideas that we have that are better than 100 is more common than, is a bigger number than the number we have that's better than 1,000. So that is a handy property. And then the second part is that the other parameter, the one we held fixed when we went to the limit of the Poisson, is this parameter T, which is, and the T stands for technology. So we're going to think about a bigger T, meaning you have more advanced technology on average, and then that is the key parameter together with theta of this Poisson distribution of how many good ideas you have. Okay, I'm holding too many things now. Okay, so then from that, we can go to a distribution of the, okay, so we were counting, but now we're moving to ordering. So now we're talking about, let's just focus on the best idea. Okay, now I've taken this circuitous route. Why did I first drew them, then I counted them. I turned that into a Poisson, and now I'm going to talk about how good the best one is. Well, and the best one is special because that's like you know, the idea, the most efficient idea to be using would be the best one and throw out all the others. Okay, so the reason I took this circuitous route is because it gives a very simple way to derive the distribution of the best. So you just say, what's the probability that there are no ideas better than z? Well, from the Poisson, we know that's just e to the minus mu z. Remember, minus mu of z was our mean of the Poisson. E to the minus mu z is the probability of getting 0. But that's the same thing as saying the best idea has an efficiency less than or equal to z. Okay, I'm getting a more powerful mic here. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay, so we now have the probability that the best idea has a quality less than z, and it's just e to the minus tz to the minus theta. And that's the Fréchet distribution. Now, when we first worked on this, we had a much more complicated way to get to this point, but this is a simple way, very little math. All you have to do is know the Poisson distribution, and then you need to make this argument here about mapping between no idea is better than z, and so therefore the best, if no ideas are better than z, then the best one also has to be below z. But then in a traditional way of doing a cumulative distribution function, that gives you the probability distribution. Okay. Now, in fact, we can generalize this idea to look at the joint distribution of the best idea, the second best idea, and the third best idea. I'm going to skip past that. That's in the paper, and that's sometimes useful. To just talk about the economics of this, in a competitive world, all that's going to matter is the best idea, because the best idea is going to beat out the other ones under perfect competition. But there can be other form of competition where maybe a firm survives. You know, that actually was mentioned in Professor Panagariya's talk as well, about less efficient firms surviving who are using less good ideas than the best one. And so you might want to know that, and that's why this is useful. But I'm going to skip over it because it's not key to today's talk. Now, in international trade, you got to move from efficiency to something that's internationally comparable, and that's cost. Because you could be very efficient, but you have very high costs, and then you have very high input costs, and so then your overall cost of delivering a good is really not so low. So to compare across countries, we want to map from efficiency into cost. And the one new term we need for that is the cost of an input bundle. Now that sounds very abstract, but one input bundle would be that labor is the only input, and then the input bundle cost would be the wage, and you'd say V equals W. And so then the cost of producing a good with this with this technology of efficiency Z is just W over Z. So that maps you from efficiency into cost. Okay, so then it's easy to talk about the number of ideas with cost less than some number C, and that's just going to be Poisson, but it'll have a different mean, and it looks kind of the same. Notice it's C to the theta rather than Z to the minus theta. That's because we've kind of gone in reverse. High efficiency means low cost, so that's what that means. And then the parameter is not T. The parameter combines T and the cost of inputs. So now we kind of know, well, you could be very technologically advanced with a big T, but if your wage is very high, you may not be very competitive. That's going to come in the trade part. At this point, we don't have trade, so this is just a kind of getting the pieces together. Okay. Now, similarly, as we did with efficiency, we could say, what's the distribution then of the lowest cost? The lowest cost from a particular place with a particular wage or particular cost of inputs will be the cost of using the best technology, so the Z1. And so what we get is then the distribution of the lowest cost, which is very easily determined from our Frechet distribution of the best, most efficient technology. Okay, so that's the 1 minus e to the minus vc to the theta. Okay. Okay, so far we were in this abstract setting where we're just talking about one good, producing one good, getting lots of ideas, in fact, an infinite number of ideas how to produce it. Each idea is very bad, but there are a set of ideas that are better than some level Z, and then there's a best idea, most efficient idea, that converts into a cost, and so now we know the cost of producing this good using the best idea. Now, how do we put that into a model of an economy? Well, we need to have a bunch of goods. Now, what I'm doing here is doing this step by step, so rather than go to an international economy, let's just think of a closed economy, get the economics right there, then we can start talking about many different countries or many economies interacting. Okay, so that's why I say this is a foundation for what's going to come next. So you could say that our work here is built off the famous model of Dornbusch, Fisher, and Samuelson, which is what I'm calling DFS, back from 1977. And what DFS did was show how to make the Ricardian model, which is usually taught to you as two goods in two countries, to make it a little more amenable to thinking about real-world questions. And the brilliance they had is to realize that actually going from two goods to a continuum, an uncountable infinity of goods, actually makes the model simpler. And the reason is because it eliminates a taxonomy of different cases. And so then you get this very simple model of Ricardian trade with two countries. We're taking one of the ideas from that, which is the continuum of goods. So I got a little too far into Dornbusch, Fisher, and Samuelson there. Okay, so as a kind of purely mathematical or analytical thing, as you move from a single good, you move from talking about probabilities for a single good to talking about fractions of goods on the unit continuum. And you go from talking about a Poisson parameter of the number of ideas to talking about a measure of ideas. So those are the two analytical things. So the mu of C, remember the mu of C was our parameter of the parameter of the Poisson distribution for the number of ideas that could produce a good, a single good at a cost less than C. It now becomes the measure of ideas that can produce goods of any sort at a cost less than C. And similarly, our G1, which was the probability that that the best idea would be able to allow us to produce at a cost less than C, well, that probability has now become the fraction of goods that we can produce at a cost less than C. So we get to reuse these same terms, but with a different meaning in the aggregate model. Okay. Now, there's a very standard sort of preferences we often use as economists to deal with a continuum of goods, preferences over a continuum of goods, and that's the second one there, where we just have a CES demand across the different goods. Now, we have something different going on, and so because we have many ideas that could potentially produce a single good. Now, I've said, well, there's going to be one best one. Why don't we forget about the rest? Well, because what if we're talking about Bertrand competition? Maybe there's a competition between the guy who has the best technology and the second best technology. We want to be able to handle that. What about Cournot competition? There would be a whole list of the best, second best, third best, all of them kind of in a Nash equilibrium trying to be the ones supplying that good. So we want to be able to think about that. So let's not throw away all those other, all those goods. We're going to now call them different varieties of the same good. And we're going to allow for the fact that they actually might not be perfect substitutes, even though many of our models, the different varieties of a particular good, would be perfect substitutes. But it doesn't have to be, and that's what the first term there gives us, is kind of the price of a single good as an aggregate over the different varieties of that good that can be produced with the different ideas that have been discovered. Okay. So it turns out there's a kind of property that if we assume, it gives us a very simple answer. So if we think that prices, or if we think that the price of a particular good is homogeneous in the cost of producing the different varieties of the good, which is very natural and in fact allows us to encompass competitive settings like Cournot equilibrium and Bertrand equilibrium, and allows us to cover settings in which the different varieties are not perfect substitutes. Then we get this if we make that assumption in the top row, then we get this result on the second row, which is that the price index is just a constant times that phi parameter to the minus 1 over theta. So the idea is that phi parameter is getting bigger as you have more as your t goes up, as you become more technologically advanced, and that pulls down prices, and that's where you get the growth benefits, as stuff becomes cheaper. And so you can produce more stuff with the same inputs. Same amount of labor can produce more stuff in an aggregate sense now. Now we're not talking about one good, we're talking about a basket of goods that you consume. Okay. Now, I'm going to skip over that second thing because that's a kind of technicality. I don't think it's crucial to what we're doing. We do need it to be true, but I'm not going to try and give the intuition. So now let's look at some particular market structures that we can handle. And this is just a tiny subset of all those that could be handled by this setting. But these are kind of the most intuitive examples. So the first example is that, in fact, the different varieties are perfect substitutes. Hence, the price of good omega, one of those goods on the continuum, is simply the lowest cost way of producing it. Hence, the way of producing it that uses the best idea ever discovered to produce that good. And that's C of 1, because C of 1 corresponds to lowest cost. Okay, then that's random. That has a distribution, but we can integrate over it, and from that get the price index. And this is the exact formula then for the price index, where the lowest cost for producing one good might be really high, another good might be really low. Those are all draws from that distribution G1, but we can calculate the price index. And notice that it has that form, a bunch of stuff, which is just constants times phi to the minus 1 over theta. So that's what I was claiming here. You're seeing that it's true. Another case is Bertrand competition. So why do we even bother with Bertrand competition? Because if we ever want to move from ideas arriving exogenously to ideas arriving via economic incentives, we've got to get away from perfect competition. We've got to allow there to be some profits that's earned from the guy who comes up with the best idea. And Bertrand competition is one way of thinking about that. And the profits you're going to get come from the fact that using the best idea, you can charge a price not equal to your cost, but equal to the cost of your next lowest competitor in terms of technology. So what you get to do is, if the second best guy has a cost of C, you get to charge a price equal to that guy's cost, and then you get to pocket the difference as a kind of profit, which gives you an incentive to try and come up with a better idea. Okay, and so that's what we're doing here. And literally, I was talking about this first example where your price of that good omega is the C2, not the C1. It might be that you actually make more money by, instead of doing that, you don't want to charge such a high price, just charge the monopoly price. If you're so far ahead of the competitor, you actually might not want to charge their costs. You might want to charge a price equal to just the monopoly price. And so whichever of those is lower is what you're going to do. And then through a kind of terrible long derivation, you get to this equation, which is again just phi to the minus 1 over theta. Inside that gamma BC for Bertrand competition is a bunch of parameters, but they're all just constants. The reason that I pull the phi out is because that's the thing that's going to be advancing with economic growth. You know, going back to where we started from, you know, you had the capital T, the technology. That's growing as you do more and more research, you get more ideas. That turns into the phi. Then the phi, when we aggregate, becomes a phi that's corresponding across all these goods. And that's the thing that's growing with time. And then the gamma part is the constant that's just a function of parameters. And finally, we have monopolistic competition. And this is particularly interesting because it ties to the Melitz model of trade. And that's where you think really going back to like a Krugman-Heltman type model of monopolistic competition. Here what we do is say, oh, there's no distinction between the difference between two varieties, techniques to produce different varieties of the same good or techniques to produce different goods. They're all equally different. And so that would be sigma prime equals sigma. Everything's equally different. We like them all. We like lots of variety. We then just want to keep track of the measure of ideas that allow us to produce any of those things at a cost less than C bar. And from that, we'd be in deep trouble because we've broken our assumption in the last page that I didn't describe. So we need one more element of the model, which is a fixed cost. We need a fixed cost so that we don't become kind of infinitely happy consuming goods at very high cost, of which there's uncountable infinity. So we introduce a fixed cost, and then the fixed cost determines the worst, the highest cost we're willing to pay for any good. And then once again, we get the same kind of an equation where it's phi to the minus 1 over theta. Okay, so that shows you the kind of structures you can get. Okay, now I want to now move to something that looks a little different, but it ends up not being so different. We're going to move away from what we would call a Walrasian market structure. So we're going to move away from a situation where you just kind of have a price and then there's a whole bunch of households that want to buy your good at that price. We're going to move to a structure where actually you have to run into your customers one at a time, and you might have 5 customers. And so it sort of more captures the real life of, you know, you struggle for each customer that you get, and often these customers will be other firms. Maybe I'll stay away from there. I don't need that. So these customers could be other firms, and we're kind of inspired by the work of, in the labor market of Mortensen and Pissarides, labor search, but maybe more directly work of Robert Lucas from 2009, Thomas Chenet about networks, Ezra Overfield, the network of architecture of an input-output structure. Those were all models that kind of inspired us here. And we're going to take our elements of modeling technology and reinterpret them or reuse them in a world where you run into customers and you run into suppliers kind of randomly, and you run into only a handful of them. So you can count the number of different customers you have and different potential suppliers. Okay, and so then occasionally, you know, most of the time your customer is another firm, but once in a while it's the retailer, and that's how we get the goods as households. Okay, how does our matching economy work? Okay, remember when I went from technology efficiency to cost, and that meant take the cost of inputs, divide by the efficiency, and you get the cost of producing the good. And I called that V, and then I said, oh, well, why don't you think of labor as the only input, then V equals the wage. Okay, now we're going to say V equals a combination of the wage, because you use labor, but you combine it with an input that you buy from another firm. So we're going to create a kind of network of firms this way. So that other cost is C. That's the cost of the thing you buy from another firm, which is your intermediate input. And to make it as simple as possible, we're thinking about you only use one intermediate input. You combine it with labor, with the Cobb-Douglas production function, and that here we're writing the Cobb-Douglas cost function. Now, of course, don't forget the Z. Of course, your costs are lower if you're very efficient, 1 over Z, or if you happen to have run into a really good supplier that makes your product cheap to produce. So those are the two ways you can be a low-cost producer yourself. Okay. Now, remember, this is the Poisson parameter for the number of ideas with efficiency greater than little z. So we're going to reuse that. But we're now going to use it. Remember, it was originally the Poisson parameter. And then remember, when we went to a continuum of goods, we called it the measure of technologies which can produce some good at a cost less than z. So that's the way we're thinking of this. This is a measure of potential producers. Now, you might say, well, that's infinite, so that's going to be a kind of a bad economic model. But what's going to happen is that the very high cost technologies are just never going to be used. Nobody wants to buy them. So they're hanging out there, but they're endogenously never used. So that's why this model is going to work. We don't have to have a fixed cost like in the Melitz model. It's just that if you're not very good, you'll never sell anything, and as if you didn't exist. Okay. So we're going to go from that, which is a measure of technologies, to a measure of costs of potential producers who can produce at a cost less than C. Now, the one above is just exogenous from our model of ideas, and the one below is endogenous based on the way firms interact with each other. They kind of produce this cost distribution, and that's what I want to show you. That's kind of the new part of this model. Okay, so how's that going to work? The key parameter linking together firms is lambda, and lambda is what I call a Poisson intensity. So if you think about one way of getting a Poisson distribution is you imagine standing at a road and waiting for the next Mercedes-Benz to go by. They don't go by very often. And you could think of there being a Poisson intensity for the next Mercedes-Benz to go by. Now, what does that mean? That means that if you multiplied that by an interval of time, it would give you the Poisson distribution of the number of Mercedes-Benz that goes by. And so you're basically taking a Poisson intensity and then integrating it over an interval of time, and you get a Poisson distribution. And as time goes on, the parameter of the Poisson distribution gets bigger, just like our Poisson distribution got bigger as you did more and more research. But now it's a Poisson distribution about meeting a supplier or meeting a customer. So a buyer, okay, so you're a firm there. A buyer means that firm there that's looking for its capital C, like it's looking for the supplier that's going to have a cost, capital C, and hoping that that capital C is a small number so that it's found a very good supplier. So, but before knowing that, let's just say how many suppliers is this firm going to know about? Well, we have our mu of C there. It's endogenous, but let's just take it as what it is right now. And we're going to integrate this Poisson intensity over that measure of suppliers that you could meet. And that's going to give us the measure of suppliers you know about who could deliver an intermediate to you at a cost less than C. Okay, so that's the lambda mu of C. I'm skipping that next part. Okay, So now we get to use that trick again we did with the Poisson, because we can say, okay, you know about the number of suppliers you know about who can supply you at a cost less than C is Poisson distributed. It's going to be an integer number. That Poisson distribution is lambda times mu of C. Fine. What's the probability you didn't run into any supplier who can supply you at a cost less than C? Well, that's e to the minus rho C. So 1 minus that is the probability at least one of those suppliers can deliver to you at a cost less than C. But that's the distribution of that capital C. That came from the best supplier you ran into having a cost less than C. So that's what this is. This is a distribution of the cost of the best supplier you're going to run into, and that's the one you're going to buy from. Okay, well now there's this mysterious mu of C that we had, which was endogenous, and here's why it's endogenous, because we're actually going to solve for it. And I'm just going to say in words what we're doing there. What we're doing is saying, think about all the suppliers you might run into. They have a distribution G1 of X. That's what in the top thing. I'm using X for the value of the cost of the supplier you run into. And then we're going to say, okay, for any value of X, we could figure out the measure of potential producers whose efficiency is high enough that combined with that X, they can deliver at a cost less than C. That's what this kind of ugly part here is. That's just the mu Z part. That's just finding the measure of producers with a good enough, high enough efficiency, good enough idea that they can combine that X and have a cost less than C. And then we just integrate that over all possible values of X given the distribution of the X. Well, the distribution shown on the top bullet point there. And turns out we get this really simple result. It's just T v to the minus theta C to the theta. And that's our old T appearing again from technology. And then it turns out that v to the minus theta just combines the wage and the old phi that we had from before. Okay, so now we have something that's looking kind of familiar. Now remember what this is. This is kind of like talking about an individual firm running into suppliers, and then the distribution of the suppliers determining that firm's cost. It's random. But then that firm is part of the mu of C, and so there's a fixed point there. It's sort of like the mu of C that a firm as a buyer is running into when it tries to find a supplier. That firm itself is one part of that mu of C. It's one of the firms in there. And so that's kind of tying together the firm as both a supplier and a buyer. Okay, so I kind of mentioned that, both a buyer and a supplier. So far we've been talking about a firm. It has its technology. It's trying to find the lowest cost supplier it runs into. And that determines its cost. Let's now turn it around and say, where's that firm's customers coming from? It's the same model. But it's kind of another implication that's kind of buried in that model. So how are we going to do that? Well, now is when we have to talk about sometimes your customer may be another firm, but that firm has to be a potential producer who itself has a customer, because otherwise it won't want to buy anything from you because nobody's buying anything from it. So you've got to make sure it has a customer. And if it does, we say the measure of the potential producers who have at least one customer, that's F for firms. But now once in a while, it better be that you sell to somebody who's not another firm, or else, you know, as households, we're going to starve. Some of the goods have to finally get out of our production network and move into the household sector as being goods that we want to consume. And we're calling that R for retailers. So once in a while, your customer's a retailer. A retailer's like a firm other than the fact it only sells to a household. Okay, So now we have a total number of buyers, which is actually a measure of buyers, which is the sum of the measure of firms plus the measure of retailers. Okay, so these are all the entities that might buy from you. Now, we're going to do something kind of similar to the idea we used when we were finding the supplier. We need to interact this Poisson intensity of meeting with the measure of things that you might meet. And then that's going to give us a Poisson distribution. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Forget the part in parentheses. The lambda b is kind of the natural one. You might have just stopped there and say, the number of customers I have is now just lambda b. Now, what's that missing? Well, in fact, when we first did that, I think we did forget about the term in parentheses. It might have even been a little while till we realized we were screwing that up. The problem is that you might run into a potential firm, it could be a customer, but it might not want to buy from you because it ran into another firm with lower costs and it's going to buy from somebody else. So how do you make sure that's not true? You got to multiply it by the probability that everybody else has a higher cost than you do. Your cost is C. See, this is the number of customers of a potential producer with cost C. So if that potential producer has a very high cost, most of the time when it runs into a potential customer, the customer is going to say, no way, I know about better places to buy than you. But if your cost is low, most of the time when you run into a customer, they're going to say, oh, you're the best supplier we've run into, we're going to buy from you. And retailers are kind of saying the same thing. Okay, thanks. Okay. So now, once again, now using this model and the sales to the retailers and the fact that costs are going down, we have a nice expression for the price index for households who are buying from the retailers. Same form as before. Now, the one thing that is a little different is you might have noticed the fee now has a little tilde on top, and that's because it's being multiplied by lambda. The lambda matters. The Poisson intensity of meeting makes an economy more efficient because you connect with better, you connect with better suppliers because you connect with more suppliers, and you always get to choose the lowest cost supplier. So if you connect with more, the lowest cost will be lower. You'll have lower costs. You will then pass that on to anybody who buys from you, and it's kind of this circular thing where costs just go down, down, down as lambda gets bigger. Okay. So there was this mysterious term F, which I said was all the potential producers who have at least one customer. Because if they don't have at least one customer, they're not going to buy anything from you, so you don't really care when you run into them. It's not really helpful. So to be a firm, a potential producer needs at least one customer. Well, sorry, I didn't emphasize my notation here. Just focus on that eta of C. That's the Poisson parameter for the number of customers you will have who will actually buy from you if your cost is C. And notice that means it's a Poisson parameter. So your number of customers is always just an integer number. It's not kind of some kind of abstract thing of selling to half of the people in India. It's like selling to 3 other firms in India. Okay. So then we can just integrate that over the probability that you have at least one. E to the minus eta is the probability of 0. 1 minus is the probability of at least 1. At least 1 is good enough. Then you're a firm. And then we can figure out how many times you only have exactly one customer. And you get, I think what I want to stress here is that you have this interesting result that when lambda is higher, you generate concentration. Why is that? Because people are more discerning. They know about more other alternatives, and so they buy from the low cost. But that means the low cost guy is kind of getting most of the action. And the high cost guy only stays in business when lambda is very low, because then that high cost guy can get lucky, and when that finally connects with somebody, probably that person that connected with doesn't know about somebody with a lower cost, and so it can stay in business even if its cost is high. So that's kind of a surprising result that we had to think long and hard about. But the idea is the ratio of the number of firms to the total number of buyers is actually declining in lambda. In other words, a smaller number of producers can supply all the goods to the retailers in an economy with a high lambda. Okay. Oh, the last thing there was just you can also get an equation for the probability that a firm has, you know, exactly K customers for all values of K. Okay. So, but I'm not in trouble, but it is important that I get to this point or else I haven't delivered what I said I would. So I have 7 minutes or? Okay. So open economy, international trade at last. And this is the part that in the way we've done this comes kind of easily because we did all the foundational things we need. Okay, so now we're going to have N countries. This is going to be a Ricardian model of trade because it's going to be a model in which all the reason for trade is because of comparative advantage that one country is relatively good at producing one good and another country is relatively good at producing another good, so let's just trade those between us. Okay, so then we have these countries. Each has its own value of capital T, which is a measure of its advancement in knowledge. And each of them has an input cost, which I'm happy if we just call the wage. And each of them has a cost of transporting goods to one of the other countries, and that's the iceberg cost, DNI. Okay. So now what we can do is say the number of ideas from country I, who will be the exporting country, that can deliver a good to the importing country N at a cost below C. We can use our old Poisson result because we knew for any given country that was just the mu of C. And now all we have to do is adjust the mu of C to take account of how I differs and to take account of the extra cost, the trade cost, the DNI. That's why we're multiplying the wage by DNI or multiplying the VI by DNI. Okay. Okay, now here's where we make a big assumption that I don't like and that we can relax later but not in today's talk. We're going to now assume that this whole process of idea creation, all the ideas stayed within your country. So therefore, the knowledge of one country is sort of independent of the knowledge of another country. So of course, that's denying technology diffusion. So a more general model allows there to be knowledge that's kind of idiosyncratic to countries and other knowledge that's shared because the ideas have spread from the one country to another. But for today's talk, I'm only focusing on the independent knowledge case. One way of thinking about that is that ideas just stay in-house. They stay within the country. Okay, if that's true, then this Poisson number of ideas that country I has that can supply country N at a cost less than C is independent of the ideas that country I prime has that can supply country N at a cost less than C. Those are independent Poisson draws. And so we can just sum it up, and the parameter of the sum of the ideas, the country N of goods that country N can buy at a cost less than C is just Poisson equal to the sum of the Poisson parameters. Now I should have stopped and said, okay, for a moment there we were going back to talking about a single good. So we're talking about a single good that country N wants to buy, and how many different technologies are there in country I that can deliver it to it at a cost less than C? We'll sum that over all the different I's, and we have this total number of goods we could buy from around the world at a cost less than C, varieties, I should have said. Okay, and that's just Vn. And then we can just say, well, what's the fraction of those that come from country I? So remember, we got the mu NC by summing up, and now we have mu NIC. Those are the ones from country I. The ratio of those two gives us the probability that we'll buy that good from country I. Now notice, these both depend on C, but they depend on C in the same way. It cancels out. So this gives us what's going to become the trade share equation, or kind of the gravity equation. Okay, so at this point, it's sort of abstract. It's the pi and I is representing the probability that you will buy this particular, if you're sitting in country N, you'll buy this particular good from country I. You'll import it. Well, if I equals N, then you're buying it locally. Okay, now that's increasing in country I's level of technology. It's decreasing in country I's input costs. It's decreasing in the cost of shipping it from country I to country N. And it's adjusted by the overall access country N has to buying this good somewhere. Now, that's one good. That's pretty abstract. But now we can just say, okay, think about a 0-1 continuum of goods. Now that, remember, probabilities become fractions. So therefore, with a continuum good, pi and I is the fraction of the goods I buy as country N that I buy from country I. So therefore, that's a little closer to reality. But then it turns out that there's a property of this Fréchet distribution which says that actually the share of my spending in country N devoted to goods that I buy from country I is also equal to pi and I. So let me just go back to pi and I, because pi and I is kind of the star here. This pi and I, which starts off life as a probability, ends up being the share of your spending in country N devoted to country I. And if that's true, you get this equation under balanced trade, which determines input costs. So the idea here is on the left side, we have all the income of country I. On the right side, we have all the income of country N. And here, we have the pi and I, the fraction of that income that's spent on goods from country I. Sum that up over all the different country N's that could buy from country I, and you have the income of country I. And that's kind of the key, like, general equilibrium trade equation, where you can determine the relative wage that'll be supported. Now, I must be running out of time, so I'm going to skip some stuff I wanted to show you and go to the end. Just to be fair to Jonathan. So what did we miss? Well, we missed a couple. Oh, is that because I'm too close? Yeah, so I skipped over the way in which you can think about technology as a growth engine. I mean, I kind of tried to say it in words, but we skipped over the analytics of that. But let me just stop here and say that Jonathan was very pleased at having completed this paper. He often was very grumpy about things and never thought they were good enough. But I could tell he was very pleased, and we finished it just before he died. In fact, even the page proofs we were going over just days before he died. But he took a lot of pleasure in having tried to kind of pull a lot of work together in this way. And it kind of captured our journey together, emphasized how we thought about intangible capital in this way, a very explicit model of knowledge, ideas, a kind of stock of knowledge that generates Ricardian trade, and in the part I didn't show you that generates economic growth. And it sort of ended in the part I didn't show you where we began, which was back in 1991 when I met him at Boston University, thinking about the way in which knowledge spreads across countries. So let me stop there.
thank you, Professor Samuel, for a very rich, fair, very fascinating paper indeed. In fact, I suggest to all the students here to read the paper, because there are a number of equations which you have to understand, you have to get your head around. And most importantly, actually, if I have to summarize this paper, may I briefly attempt to do that? I think it's very interesting the way Professor Samuel has gone from how a single idea, then translates into an aggregation of ideas, which in turn leads to the technology, so to say, and then how it feeds into the cost structure of a firm. And finally, he brought us to the international trade, in fact, in open economy framework. So it's a very fascinating paper. Before I open it up for Q&A, I have a few small clarificatory questions, perhaps. The first is actually about the capital accumulation, in the sense that when you say technology, you assume that it's a capital is technology embedded capital, because capital accumulation, there is how it feeds into the knowledge. Maybe you can you can wait for other questions. Probably you can take it over. The second one I had was about the spillover effects, but you clarified that. The third is actually the market structures that you have covered, say Bertrand, perfect competition and monopolistic. Is this model equipped to deal with price leadership models, maybe Stackelberg? I mean, is there a case for that? And the third, the last one is probably, it's much beyond the scope of your paper, perhaps. But one thing is the whole idea in this paper is how technology actually determines the cost, so to say, and then how it actually, your comparative advantage is determined by that. But this whole thing is about the cost of production, right? Is there a way of getting the transaction costs, or what Douglas North considers institutions, which also, because particularly in an international trade thing, a country which has other frictions, like your transaction costs are higher, and as a result your comparative advantage is lost. So is there a way of doing that? Of course, that's probably a different paper. So would you like to answer this, or shall we open it?
Try and quickly go through those. So capital accumulation, the simple way to handle capital accumulation is to combine capital and labor as the combination that I called the well, let me step back. Remember, I several times said, well, what if the only input is labor, and then the V term would be the wage? And then if you thought that labor combines with capital, then the V term would be a combination of the wage and the cost of capital. And the accumulation of capital would then show up as a benefit through lowering input costs because the cost of capital goes down. There would be doing a richer, one might want to think, and I think this is a very interesting area where we didn't make so much progress, is to think of each technology connected to a type of capital. And you could imagine that, but it's not, that's sort of how it would be nice to think about it that way, but it's not that easy. And so what we've kind of done is do this simplification where a technology is like an idea that's not embodied in capital. It's tricky to have the ideas actually embodied in individual types of capital. So we're really talking about pure, intangible knowledge in that sense. Okay, so that was the first question. Market structure, yeah, although I haven't exactly done the Stackelberg, I think that kind of generalization is pretty seamless because of the fact that, it's pretty seamless to do, say, Cournot competition and Bertrand competition, and we didn't include, we were we were working on a book about a decade ago, and kind of this paper turned out to be what we produced rather than the book. In the drafts of the book, we had many more examples, not Stackelberg, but moving in that direction. So I think that would work. But when you said transaction costs, could you, I'm not quite sure what you have in mind. I mean, we could, I mean, we do have our iceberg costs. I guess that's kind of in the basic model, that's the closest we come to kind of a transaction cost. Or, I mean, I guess, yeah, let me stop at that and open it up.
Yeah. Now the floor is open. Yeah, the red t-shirt.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm Kunal, PhD student at Sciences Po. So your idea of international trade, or the way international trade models work, the structural gravity stuff, it works, at least in estimation, a bit differently from generalist macro models, you know, when you talk about steady state, aggregate growth, and so on. But what interests me here is the linkage between your understanding of ordered efficiency Z and the way macro models structure creative destruction, quality ladders, Schumpeterian stuff, and so on. So the question here is, can we use this general framework in these expanding variety models, and does that have any different storylines for how aggregate growth is structured? Because expanding variety models at the baseline, they often predict endogenous growth, explosive growth, no steady states. So does this framework qualify that argument again, or does it break it? Thanks.
And shall we bunch a couple of questions? Yeah, one at the yeah, green.
So my question is on the methodology. It seems that the efficiencies was first fixed and then moved to the cost. But what if we take both the efficiency and the cost in some kind of function or index way, and then try to see how the dynamics work? I understand that the perfect competition and the Bertrand competition will be still intact, but I do not understand if monopolistic competition will survive in that case. So if you can elaborate on that.
Please, yeah.
I'm happy to take more questions, but I think I can only do that once. Let me go to the first question first. And yes, this model, I mean, there's a lot that can be done. I would say the selling point of this approach, they're going to be, if you just did it in a closed economy, sometimes it's going to look a lot like other growth models. And in fact, you can sort of even make assumptions so it's almost identical. And I think where it is useful is it allows you to combine growth and trade in a very seamless way. And going beyond what I described, and even in some of the other papers that are referenced in that, you can also incorporate technology diffusion in a particular way as well. So I think that's the selling point, but we don't have any extreme difference from standard growth models. I mean, we can get some of those steady state growth or explosive growth or kind of like the Jones, where the growth ends up depending on the labor force in the end versus a pure Romer type endogenous growth. We kind of can get all that, and we can get the variety model was sort of like the version that I showed you that leads to something very similar to the Melitz model of trade. That's where we just say every idea is something new. It's as different as two ideas for the same good or as different than two ideas for different goods. So I think that does work pretty well. On the question here, I guess I have a hard time. I mean, you may want to respond again because in the way we formulate technology advancement, I guess you're questioning whether we should, I mean, we're just defining it to be the term on the outside of the production function, so almost automatically it's inversely related to cost. And so we could have, I mean, sometimes I might have stumbled in my language about this. There are two things going on. There's the technology advancement with reducing costs, and then there's the whatever's going on in your input costs, which could be also reducing costs, something about finding a better supplier, like in our matching model. Then you have both of those things going on at the same time. But were you not to have that part, it's sort of like we try and, yeah, so maybe that's my answer. I think our model that I might have gone over too quickly, where the firms matched with each other, is the closest we come to kind of doing something like what I think you're asking about, where there really are two dimensions. In that there are two dimensions. There's your efficiency, and then there's how low cost your supplier is. And that means you can be low cost for one of two reasons. You either have a great supplier, or you're actually very good yourself with your technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these years in the gravity model, the lower the distance, larger is the trade, and larger the size, larger is the trade. But with these new trade models coming, you talked about Millets and Cheney, firm heterogeneity and market conditions are leading to this unusual thing that larger the distance, larger the trade, larger the size, lower is the trade. For intuitively, what's the reason? They interact this firm heterogeneity and market conditions with the traditional variables on the right hand side of gravity, and they find that the relation changes, it's inverse. So your elasticity of substitution, that theta, if you interact it with those traditional variables, will those results, these new results, that larger the distance, larger the trade, larger the size, GDPs, lower the trade, will it emerge? Thank you.
Yeah, let me address that. I think ours, maybe ours is very traditional, actually. So maybe I should have spent more time on that. But remember, the key thing is, remember right at the end I had the pi and I. And that's like the share of country N's expenditure on goods from country I. That's like, that's the right-hand side of a gravity equation. And that had a negative effect. If you think the iceberg costs get higher with distance, which is surely how we should think about it, then that predicts that the trade goes down that bilateral trade declines with distance. And that's surely, we don't want a model that would go against that, because that's super robust empirical finding. So we're consistent with that. And what's a little tricky in these models, these structural gravity models, is they don't naturally give you the product of the GDPs. They give you something, though, with the same feel, but it's not exactly the product of the GDPs. And ours is like that as well. We were frustrated by that at first, but I'm not sure if that's so bad, because I think it's just that GDP is a pretty good proxy for what these structural models should have on the right-hand side. Yeah, so I guess I would disagree with this idea that somehow these models are reversing traditional things. I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's good that they don't, because there's a lot of empirical work that says this is what an empirical gravity model should look like, and so we don't want to be too far from that, and we're not.
You had a question. Yeah, first.
Thank you for the very nice talk. I have a question, regarding the way, to think about innovation itself. So you've broadly talked about, process innovation, which would reduce the costs. Could we think of product innovations which create a differentiated products, which has been the leading, which has formed a large chunk of innovation, especially in the recent times, within the same kind of framework? Or if not, then how should we think about it differently? My second question is, regarding the innovation distribution, the Poisson distribution. So how should one think about empirically, modeling this innovation process, going from patents to certain kinds of, distribution of ideas?
Yeah, so let me, I'm probably going to do better on the first part of that, which is that, yes, somehow the power, I guess where the theory really adds something new is more, I would say, the process version where you're coming up with better and better ways of producing something. So that it's kind of most naturally designed for that. Now you can kind of, if you thought of it as a consumer product, you can always just relabel higher efficiency as giving you higher quality. That's sort of cheap. I mean, that's not that insightful, but it's useful to know that. Now there's the kind of horizontal type of innovation. And the one place I would say this model can handle that, but it doesn't add so much to it, because that was, again, going back, that was kind of the version I said was kind of more like the Mellitz model, where you think of each idea as really differentiated product, and then you have this huge expanding set of products, and you either have to have a fixed cost to keep it from exploding, or a little bit in our matching model, it has that flavor. But I would say it is true that it's sort of more for the process innovation that I think we get more insight out of this. But now that's making me forget your second question. Oh, yeah. Good. That's a good question. And I mean, one place, I mean, knowledge is kind of like really, on the empirical side, it's tough going. And so then we keep getting, for years, Zvi Grillikis was really pioneering using the patent data. He got a lot of pushback, not all ideas are patented, not all patents are good ideas. And he went ahead and just did it anyway, and I think people learned a lot. And I've noticed then there was kind of a long period of not using the patent data so much, and then recently I feel like it's had a bit of a rebirth, and it keeps getting better because now we have the international patent. It's much more we have better databases and so on. I think that's one of the more promising areas for pursuing this kind of a model where you can actually measure something. So I feel that that's the one bright spot in a kind of gloomy empirical setting where it's very hard to measure these things. Part of the reason why we spent so long on the modeling was to kind of fill in the gap of the lack of data, because you might say, if you had enough data, you don't need so much of a model because you could just report the facts. But somehow you need a bridge between knowledge, which we don't measure so well, and implications of it, which we sometimes measure well, like international trade.
Last question, perhaps.
Thank you, sir. So, okay, in a pretext, I'm just a learner, so I was able to follow the idea that you have mentioned. So, on that basis, some of my questions. Initially, you started with various technologies and various products, and then you went to. Initially, there was various technologies which is giving different kind of products, and then there was a continuum, and then later we had different suppliers with different technologies. In the continuum part, it was like different technologies was different fractions. So are we saying that so all the technologies being outputted at different fractions? So even inefficient technologies being produced, is that what you're assuming at that level? So I just want to need understanding on that. And then second is like, when you're looking at the buyers, you were saying that a buyer should not have found someone selling cheaper. But on the seller side, seller is willing to sell to someone better. We are not considering it. I understand one was exogenous and the cost part was endogenous, but why we are not considering that, or maybe some more explanation on that. And so final question. So I was just trying to relate it with the trade theories that we study from textbooks. So I was able to map absolute competitive advantage or specialization with how technology helps. I just want to understand how this scale, the returns, increasing the returns to scale that leads to trade, the new trade treaty, how we can, how this model will work with that, because the cost that we are considering is the initial cost, right?
Which word? I missed the word you said with the Heckscher-Ohlin, did you say, or with which
So
model?
in new trade theory, the returns to scale.
Oh, returns to scale.
So because the cost that we consider here is the initial cost, but someone with a higher initial cost, over time, if they do through returns of scale, if their cost comes down, that's a dynamic change in cost and how that is reflected.
Okay, good. I'm not probably going to answer all of those very well, but I think we don't have, this model very much is from the producer side, a constant returns to scale model, and I'm not sure, I would be just guessing about, I just can't say much about how far one could go moving away from that. So that's a reasonable question, and I mean, I would just say that it's unknown territory. In terms of the question about the buyers and sellers, so that I think is very consistent in the matching model. It says that if, as a buyer, you know about a bunch of suppliers, you choose the lowest cost one. And an implication is that then when you turn around and say, if you link to a customer, well, you may not be the lowest cost one for that customer, and that's why we needed that extra term to say that, oh, that customer could well know about somebody cheaper than you and they'll not buy from you. So that was that part. Now, you might have brought in another issue, though, that we probably don't address so well, which is we kind of left unsaid whether the supplier you run into maybe doesn't really produce the right kind of thing that you want. We made it all single dimensional, like it was just their cost. And that was a kind of gross abstraction that we would like to think of a model where we bring in more of a kind of input-output structure so that there's only a certain kind, you're only searching among a certain subset of firms that produce something that would really do what you need to have done. And then you want the cheapest of those. So you can't just run into any firm. Now, I guess my only defense is that model took us years to try and make sense of, and so we just tried to make it as simple as possible. And I think that is an area where I don't think it would be too hard to generalize to break goods or to break potential firms into those who are useful for producing an input that I need. And then you only search or you only match with those guys. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Professor Kortum. It was an excellent afternoon with a lovely presentation. And thank you all for very good questions. And with that, I'll end the session here.
Thank you so much, Professor Kortum, for this delightful session and enriching us with the knowledge. And thank you, Professor Shekhar, for chairing this session. Now I request you all to please head to the DAC lawns for lunch, and we'll be meeting again at sharp 2 for the next plenary talk by Professor Kortum. Thank you. I request everybody to please be seated until the esteemed speaker leaves the auditorium. Thank you.
the day. For this plenary session, we are honored to have with us Professor Samuel Kortum, Director of the Cause Foundation, James Burrow Murphy, Professor of Economics and Professor of Management at Yale University. Professor Kortum's research focuses on international trade and industrial organization. We are equally privileged to have with us Professor Pami Dua as the chair of the session. Professor Dua is a senior professor of economics and former director of the Delhi School of Economics. She served on the inaugural Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India 2016 to 2020. She has an extensive body of published research in leading international journals and books. She has been awarded the University of Delhi's highest honor, the Nishtha Thriti Satyam Samman. Now, I hand over the mic to Professor Dua and request her to take the session forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Am I audible? Okay, yeah. Well, thank you very much. Welcome to everyone to this session. Welcome also to Professor Samuel Kortum from Yale University. We are delighted to have you here, and this is your second plenary lecture. He will be talking on regional carbon policy in a global economy. And Professor Kortum has written extensively on carbon policy. His latest paper is on optimal unilateral carbon policy, which is a revised version of his earlier Cowles Foundation discussion paper, which he published in 2021. He has other papers too on carbon policy, so we are looking forward to his views on carbon policy, the solutions, optimization of resources, and what we'll do is we'll allow him to lecture, and the last 15 minutes or so we'll reserve for Q&A, which can of course continue into the tea break, but here we'll allow about 15 minutes for that. And he can start his lecture now, whenever he's ready. Yeah.
Oh, instead of this? Yes, sir. Okay. Good, that'll free up my, sorry.
Can you put it in your pocket?
Yeah, is this ready to go? Okay. Can you hear me? Is that, whoops. Yeah, maybe that was on the belt, or just put it in the pocket? Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay. Here. Okay, very good. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about regional carbon policy. So let me just start with one slide about the very basics, which probably everybody knows. But a key thing about carbon emissions is they mix in the atmosphere so that it doesn't matter who produced them, we all suffer the same because it affects the atmosphere that we all share. So therefore, to the extent that they mess with the climate, we're all suffering together. So in that kind of a setting, if all countries could get together and have a harmonized carbon price, meaning a tax at some level per ton of CO2 that goes up into the air, if the tax rate is equal to the global social cost of carbon, in other words, the cost around the world of one more ton of CO2 going up into the atmosphere, we'd internalize the externality. And so that seems like such an easy solution and yet so hard to make progress on because it requires a lot of coordination. So we're sort of taking the view that we can't wait around for that ideal, and so what are we going to do in the meantime? So then we're going to have maybe a subset of countries, which we're going to call home throughout this talk. And then every other country we're going to call foreign. And home and foreign are going to be treated formally as if they were a single country, where you don't have to do that, but that's just a way to make it a very simple, make the setting as simple as possible. We could generalize that setting by using some of the tools from the last talk, but we're not going to do that today. And then we're going to say, what's the best if home is going to do the policy on their own and foreign is going to just be a free rider, meaning they're not going to do anything, but in fact they would benefit from any carbon abatement that goes on through this policy. We want to see how home should set up its policy in such a world. And the way we're going to do this is kind of a techie point, but we're going to solve what's called the primal problem. And the primal problem actually is kind of neat. It doesn't talk about prices. It doesn't talk about taxes. It just says, what do you want to happen? What's the allocation? It's sort of like you're in a command and control economy where somebody's just saying, you know, produce steel here, ship some of it there, produce it with this level of carbon emissions per unit of steel, and so on. Okay, then what you can do once you have that solution of what's the optimal allocation, you can then figure out, deduce basically the set of tax and subsidy instruments that would carry it out. So you've broken it into these two parts. The nice thing about that is in the primal problem, you could actually take that to be the solution in terms of regulation, or you could take it as the solution in terms of taxes. You don't have to take a stand. But the other advantage of the primal problem is if it's pretty clear what the home country can control, you kind of know then that you've figured out the optimal thing. You don't have to have somehow figured out ahead of time what you're going to tax. You just don't have to know that. You do that later. You just figure out, this is what I want to have happen. And so then you kind of know that you've really found the optimum. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to solve that problem. And it's going to be done in a very simple model with just two countries. And we're actually going to use the DFS model that I talked about it before, the predecessor of the trade model that I've worked on with Jonathan Eaton. And the reason we keep it so simple is that we wanted to kind of expose the basic logic of how a policy should work. And we found this literature to sometimes generate answers that were kind of hard to interpret. And so we wanted to, as much as possible, keep things very transparent. And then the policy relevance of it is if we thought about a coalition of countries, it might involve the US, it might involve China. It's for sure going to involve the EU because they're already kind of taking the lead. Maybe it'll involve India, but then maybe India will be the one who's saying, okay, you take care of the problem. We're going to, we weren't the source of this problem, so you solve it. But then at least this other set of countries can design their policy in such a way that it sort of optimizes things, even if India isn't part of the solution. Okay. So this is kind of the set of papers that I've written on this topic. And in the first two, let's see, the first one was just trying to write down a model that would mimic what a CGE model produces to try and make it more clear. But in fact, to some extent, we're building on the foundations of that model and what we're doing now. The second paper was more about what is the economic logic for border adjustments. And we were a little bit skeptical then. But then after writing that, we sort of started to get an idea of how to solve the problem we really wanted to solve. And in fact, in the process, we've become a little less skeptical than we were in the 2017 paper. And I'm going to mostly be talking about that last paper. But if you want the second to last paper is probably where we've done the best job of kind of laying it out in very simple terms. So if you were going to look at something, that paper's already published, and that might be the first place to look. This last one is a little bit more, goes into a little bit more detail and optimize. The second to last one doesn't fully optimize things. It kind of constrains itself. And then in the last one, we really look at the overall optimum. Okay, so how does international matter for carbon policy? Well, the first thing just is about the mixing of the CO2 up in the atmosphere. So that's going to happen whether we're like India during the 1950s or like South Korea. In either case, you're going to have the CO2 going up, affecting all of our climate. Okay, so in that kind of a setting, it's true that the efforts of the home country or the home coalition of countries is going to have a problem because they're going to be they're going to make their economy suffer a little bit to impose this policy, and then the other countries are going to benefit equally to them. And so that is what is the free rider problem. So that's going to be there anyway, even if there's no trade. But now, so even if there's no trade, we'd have an international issue of coordination. We'd have a free rider problem. When you bring in trade, there are even other issues that come in. And one issue comes in when we have trade in fossil fuels. So we're going to model carbon emissions very tangibly in the sense that we're going to say they come from combusting fossil fuels. And so then we want to model the extraction and trade in fossil fuels. So if we just stopped with just the extraction and trade in fossil fuels and said, okay, let's stop there, then there's going to be these international connections through the equilibrium energy price. So it could be that the policy lowers the price of energy, and then the foreign country is going to consume more energy because it's cheaper. Or it could be that the policy in the home country raises the price of energy, and then the foreign coalition, the foreign set of countries is going to extract more energy because it's worth more, and so they want to extract more. And so in both of those cases, you can see how the policy in the home country through international trade affecting the price of energy affects behavior in the passive countries, the foreign country. Okay. But then there's a third level at which things can matter, which is if we then model the production of goods, in part using energy to produce goods, and then those goods are traded, there's yet another layer, which is that our carbon policy in the home country, if it makes our producers higher cost, they may lose market share to foreign producers who then undercut the home producers. And that's called carbon leakage. And if that happens to an extreme case, it could very much undercut the whole point of having the policy in the home country. So maybe that's a good chance to say something about based on the point in the top bullet there. When the home country evaluates whether it's making any progress, it can't look at what it's doing. It's got to look at what the world's done. So it needs to think about, as it implements its policy, what happens to global emissions. It's not good enough to just say, oh, I implemented a policy, now I have no emissions, hurrah. Well, that does no good if the foreign guys just increase emissions and global emissions stay the same. So that's a very important thing to keep in mind, and it's often overlooked. Like the EU will show how emissions are going down in the EU and say, oh, that's a good part of our emissions trading system. And I'm all for their emissions trading system, but that's not the right way to evaluate it. It should be a counterfactual. What would global emissions be without the emissions trading system in Europe? and what are they with the emissions trading system in Europe? That's the right question to ask about whether the emission trading system in Europe is doing any good or how much good it's doing. Okay, so these are the things we want to take into account in an international setting. Okay, so what are the foundations of this work? Well, I first want to point out this paper by Markussen, which is kind of a fun one to point out because it was a paper he wrote about an international externality involving the Great Lakes and pollution, and it involved US as home and Canada as foreign, and then worked out what the right policy should be. But it turns out there are lessons from that paper that carry over to what we're trying to do. And in particular, I still remember this paper is kind of hard to read, and I remember when I finally was on a flight and I had plenty of time to read it, and it was sitting in my bag, and I finally read it, and I was like, this is the way to solve our problem, because this really got us started on how to do it. Okay, but the Markussen paper is really a solution to the policy where there's no production of goods and trading goods. In the interpretation I would give it to our problem, it solves the problem of extraction of energy, trade in energy, and then what would the home policy be if there was no ensuing trade in goods produced with energy. So to get that second part in there, we use the Dornbusch-Fisher-Samuelson model, which I mentioned in the last lecture. So you'll get to see that. And that's sort of, like I said, that's kind of the predecessor of my trade model with Jonathan. In fact, another way to think of my work with Jonathan is it actually is a way to take the DFS model and make it go beyond just two countries. Then the other paper I want to call out is this paper by Costaneau, Donaldson, Vogel, and Verning, which is about solving the DFS model for the optimal trade policy in a very classic trade policy setting, where what you're trying to do is basically rig the terms of trade in your favor. Now, that's a kind of policy where you gain at the expense of your trading partner. We're going to not want such policies, but we're going to want to follow the way they solve the model because there's some lessons there for how we want to solve the model. And the reason, the mechanism by which we're going to get rid of their bottom line, CDVW's bottom line of classic trade policy, and turn it into a paper purely about climate policy, is to say that we're going to, using, these guys took the lead in that last bullet point, constrain the policy so that it can't make the foreign country worse off. So if we just put that constraint in there, then suddenly any policy's got to be a Pareto improvement. And so foreign can't really complain that it's made them worse off. They wish it would make them better off, but it doesn't make them worse off. And so you can't claim then that the policy is about helping home at the expense of foreign. It's just trying to do the best it can do on climate when foreign isn't helping out, but it's not hurting foreign. So we're going to put that constraint on the problem, and therefore we're going to be solving something that's looking for Pareto improvements. And that rules out all classic trade policy, which is not a Pareto improvement. It's kind of taking from one and giving to the other by messing with the terms of trade. Okay, so in the model that we're going to use, and I hope to get to some of the quantitative stuff at the end, but in the model, we're going to have two regions, home and foreign. And from now on, I'm not going to talk about coalition. I'm just going to call them home and foreign. But just realize that that's what it means. Each of them is endowed with labor, as in the DFS model, but then it's also endowed with energy deposits. Think oil deposits. And then those oil deposits differ in the cost of extraction, and so there's heterogeneity, which means that you have an upward sloping supply curve for oil because There's some that's really easy to get, but others that you might not want to get unless the price is high enough. There's going to be one-way trade in energy, kind of boring trade, because it's a homogeneous thing, so there's no reason to have two-way trade. Who uses that energy? Well, it's mostly, you really want to think of it as being used by producers of goods, but then we also included that some of it may be used directly by households, like to heat their homes, drive their cars, and so on. But for the goods, there's going to be, remember, our unit continuum of goods, and we're going to have that because we're using DFS, and that was the part of DFS that we took, that we adopted in my work with Jonathan. That generates two-way trade, not in each good, but across the set of goods. There are going to be some goods where home has comparative advantage, they export, some goods where foreign has a comparative advantage, they ship them to home. And so goods are moving in both directions. Okay, and then this planner is then going to be choosing this carbon policy to maximize home welfare. Foreign's going to be passive, and the policy can't make foreign work worse off. So it's important. Foreign's not being evil in any way. They're just being passive. They're just reacting to prices and doing what would be natural in a market economy when the price changes. Okay, so I think I mentioned that we were trying to be kind of tangible about where these carbon emissions come from. And obviously it's an abstract model, but I think it kind of captures the reality here, which is that carbon is happily sitting under, it's happily sequestered in oil deposits under the ground. But the problem is when we dig it up, then we're sure to combust it. So once it gets on the surface, we want to use it. And so first of all, we trade it. I mean, we don't have to trade it, but we might want to trade it because one country has more deposits than another country. And then we want to combust it to use it. And that's what creates the CO2. Okay, so then the CO2s happen, but you can keep carrying the story further because you could say that the carbon is sort of embodied in the goods for which the combustion was used in the production. So we can talk about carbon being embodied in goods. Those goods are traded prior to being consumed, and so we can track ultimately carbon from being under the ground under one of these countries, brought up, traded, embodied in goods, goods traded, and then finally you consume something and you're kind of consuming this. It's as if your consumption is the reason for the CO2 that was generated in the production of that good. Okay, so here's some data that kind of corresponds to that way of thinking. And it's good to start at the bottom. Okay, so we have home and foreign. Home's defined as the OECD, and foreign is everybody else. And then the 9.3 there is the amount of extraction in the OECD of fossil fuels. 24.3 is the extraction of fossil fuels in foreign. You sum that up and you get 33.6 gigatons. The units of this table is gigatons of CO2. So you get 33.6 gigatons. Now we're up to, that was 2018, now we're up to almost 40 gigatons going into the air, going into the atmosphere each year. Okay, now let's break it up. The 12.2 here is the amount combusted in home. The 21.4 is combusted in foreign. Well, that obviously also adds up to 33.6. So that's from the point of view of combustion, or sometimes kind of the use of the fossil fuels. Now that use you can break up, say in home you can break up, where did that 12.2 come from? Well, it was partly due to direct consumption like heating your home. It was partly due to producing goods that you produced at home and consumed at home, and partly due to producing goods that you produced in home and exported to foreign. And so you can break it up that way. You can do the same thing with foreign. Now notice in this example, or in this reality with the OECD and non-OECD, the non-OECD is actually producing more goods that it's shipping, or there's more carbon in the goods that it's producing and then shipping to home than the other way around, 2.5 versus 1.0. But once you have this, now the rows have meaning too. So what's home's implicit consumption of carbon? It's 13.7. That's actually bigger than its emissions, and that's because partly it imported goods which required carbon emissions to produce. Now you get the 13.7 and 19.9, and those also add up to 33.6. So they're the three layers at which you get 33.6. You get the extraction, you get the combustion, and you get the consumption. Okay, and we're going to have taxes ultimately when we interpret the results of our planner problem. We're going to have taxes possibly on all these different layers as well. So that's why I kind of wanted to take a little time on this. Okay, the model. Okay, here's the preferences at home, utility of the home country. It gets utility from just consuming services. They're kind of the boring good that just is a way to complete the model. Then there's the middle part there, the integral over the unit continuum of DFS goods. And it's the representing the utility you get from consumption of a good J on that unit continuum. And then there's the utility you get from the direct consumption of energy. So those are all positive. And then you get the cost of climate change. So the fee term there is the social cost of carbon to home. But notice that it gets multiplied by global extraction of energy. Now you could say it should be global combustion of energy. And it is, because combustion of energy is the same as extraction, 33.6. Okay, so you take the product of those, and that's kind of subtracted from utility. Now, foreign has the same thing, and foreign has stars on everything. So I'm not writing it here. But in particular, foreign would have its own social cost of carbon. And if you added those two up, the home social cost of carbon and the foreign social cost of carbon, you get the global social cost of carbon, which I call phi W. Now, because we're talking about making Pareto improvements, it's actually phi W is all that matters. Because home is going to worry about the social cost of carbon in foreign because it's trying to do a Pareto improvement. Okay, so what's the technology here? There's a technology of extracting fossil fuels. And this A is the notation I use for the unit input requirement. And in this case, the unit input requirement is just labor. And so that's the amount of labor. A of QE is the amount of labor to dig up a unit of energy, extract a unit of energy when you're already digging up QE. And it's increasing in QE because you dig up from the easy, you go to the low-cost deposits first and work your way up. And by the time you've gotten to QE, A of QE is a little bit bigger. Okay, same thing for foreign. A star of QE star is increasing in QE star. Then there's goods production. Now, typically in the DFS model, you'd use only labor. But now we're saying that you combine labor and energy to produce a good. And so that's F of EJ, and that's just a constant returns to scale function of the amount of energy and the amount of labor you use to produce good J. And that you then get to choose your energy intensity, which I call KJ, which is just energy per worker. It's not, but remember, it's not energy per unit produced, it's energy per worker. There's also a unit, later down here I'll get to the energy per unit of output, but anyway, let's get there slowly. So first of all, we have a unit cost function. Now normally the unit cost function would depend on the price of energy and the price of labor. But we're going to make an assumption that one unit of labor produces 1 unit of services in both countries. Services are going to be the numeraire. The wage is going to be therefore 1. And so the only argument of the cost function is the price of energy, which is P. So of course, G of P is an increasing function because the price of energy is higher, the wage is 1, it costs more to produce goods, but then each good has its own input requirement, which is kind of what the Ricardian part of the DFS model, and so you multiply that to get the overall unit costs of producing a good. And you can do the same thing for foreign. Now, an important point here is that since the way in which you combine energy and labor, the way those get bundled together doesn't depend on the country, the G of P doesn't depend on the country too. It's the same function. Now, by Shepard's lemma, you can take the derivative of the cost function with respect to the input cost, and you get the unit input requirement. So therefore, AJ of G prime of P is energy per unit of output. And AJ star in home and AJ star G prime of P is the energy per unit of output in foreign. Okay, yeah, so that completes it. Okay, so now trade. Fossil fuels just are costlessly traded at price PE. So we're really thinking, I mean, probably our closest analog would be oil. I mean, now we're also trading liquefied natural gas, but let's forget about that. Just think of oil moving around, and then we usually just look up what's the global price of oil. That's PE. So that would be the thing that's like, $80 a barrel. Okay, then goods are traded subject to iceberg costs, and services act as the numeraire, and because of that, we have to have them be traded too. Okay, so before getting into the policy, let's think of what's just the competitive equilibrium in this setup, and we call that business as usual. Business as usual is basically my interpretation of the year 2018, because we're going to calibrate business as usual to exactly those numbers I showed you on gigatons of carbon. All those numbers are going to help us calibrate the model, and then we're going to just interpret 2018 as if there's no policy at all. It's not a bad approximation, unfortunately. Okay, so the other way, you can think of it as a competitive equilibrium, but if you want to think of it as a social planner problem, it's the social planner problem if the global social cost of carbon were 0. So if VW were equal to 0, then the social planner would choose the competitive equilibrium allocation of goods. Okay. Yeah, and then as I said, we're going to evaluate our carbon policy relative to that BAU, and we're going to do that quantitatively as well. Okay, so here's a picture of BAU. This might have been nice to have in my last lecture. So the way to think about DFS is that for each good J, you know the input requirement in home and the input requirement in foreign, and you take the ratio of those, and that is home's relative efficiency, because it's the inverse of the input requirement. That's what capital A of J is. And then you order the goods so that A of J is highest for good 0 and lowest for good 1. And then what's the equilibrium? Well, we already know that the wage is the same in both countries. So we find out which goods home exports, which goods home imports, and which goods aren't traded given the trade costs. And the way in which you determine this number is to equate the cost of producing that good in a home and shipping it to foreign, equate that with the cost of producing it in foreign and consuming it there. Now, you might wonder, why is this so simple? Because in BAU, the price of energy is the same in home and foreign, G of PE is therefore the same, and it cancels out. So this looks like a totally traditional DFS model in which the relative wage is 1. The fact that energy is used doesn't matter because it cancels out. Okay, so that's BAU. Now, we're going to come back when we'll go through the whole policy, and you'll probably kind of be falling asleep, and then I'll show you this picture again, and we'll be able to show the policy in terms of this picture, and I think it'll make you wake up. Okay. So we've said this already. We've said how it's a primal problem. We've said how a primal problem could be thought of as a regulation, or it could be thought of in terms of being implemented through taxes and subsidies. Okay. We've already talked about how it's constrained to leave foreign no worse off. So therefore, what we're really doing, we could say that we're trying to maximize the improvement, the increase in home welfare relative to BAU. That's what delta U means. But that's going to be the same as delta UW, since we're not going to allow U star to decline. And then we're also not going to have it increase because home would just take that away. So we're just leaving U star the same. So we're trying to maximize delta UW. And in fact, that whole thing about taking it away, you could say that we're trying to make foreign better off. It doesn't really matter because that's all just a transfer. Okay, so we can break that into two pieces. There's a change in world consumption, delta CW, relative to BAU. And that's going to tend to be a negative number. Why? Because carbon policy is expensive. I mean, it's not, if we could just snap our fingers and do nothing and reduce carbon, we'd do it. And so it's clearly expensive, which is why everybody's not on board with doing it. Okay. But what's the gain? Well, the gain would be reducing QEW, so making delta QEW a negative number. Then that gets multiplied by minus global social cost of carbon, and that whole thing is a positive number. So the carbon policy's got to make enough progress on the second term to overwhelm the cost in the first term. Okay, the reason I show you that is I'm going to use that equation one more time later, and I think it's kind of helpful. Okay, so our solution strategy is to solve a massive Lagrangian. And the reason it's massive is because basically you have to start by thinking we're trying to maximize delta UW with respect to how much we produce of each of those goods on the unit continuum, how much we produce of those in each country, how much we consume of those in each country, and thus how much we trade of those, how much energy we dig up, extract in home. Of course, we can't control how much we extract in foreign because that's their business. We can say how much we directly consume in home. We can't control that in foreign because that's their business. And in producing each of those goods, J, we're also determining what should be the energy intensity that would be optimal. Maybe we want to push down energy intensity as a way to achieve our climate goals. So the way we're going to solve this is to, and this was kind of, we wouldn't have been brave enough to solve it had the CDVW paper not been written ahead of time, which made us think we probably would be able to do it, because otherwise we would have thought this is going to be a mess. I don't want to waste a year of my life solving a mess and then having it be a mess so that it doesn't really teach us anything. But we saw that CDVW were able to solve it, and so that gave us confidence. And they had this kind of trick to make it seem easier, which is to say, fix a bunch of aggregate stuff, and then just try and figure out what's the Lagrangian problem for one particular good. What's the right allocation? How much do we just take one good and figure out should be the carbon intensity in producing that good? who should produce it, how much of it we should trade, and so on. Solve that problem first, and then that solution, there are going to be different versions of that, but we can basically then figure out that whole part. Then we step back and solve the outer problem of things like how much energy we dig up. And that's going to involve terms like how much we consume directly in home, how much we dig up, what should be the price of energy, and what's the Lagrangian multiplier in energy. Now, it seems weird to be choosing the price of energy, and that's just a kind of analytical shortcut. Just think of it this way, that really what you're choosing is how much energy to export to foreign. And if you dump more energy on the market by exporting more to foreign, it pushes down the price. So why not just think of choosing the price, which would be achieved by how much you export? So that's what we did. And then it turns out, if you think about it that way and optimize over that, then the lambda E is actually determined by what clears the energy market. Okay, so that did that. Okay, so now I want to take this high-level view of the solution, which is that the solution is going to generate something that kind of looks like a PPF from your first econ class. And it's going to be a production possibility frontier involving changes in world consumption and reductions in global emissions. And those are both good things, so you get a typical PPF shape. Now, our problem, we're going to actually be solving for that, but we can kind of draw that and then just show where you'd want to choose on that frontier. And so that's what I'm going to do here. So here is that frontier, which is going to come out as from the solution of our problem. But then the final piece is to say, where do we want to be on that frontier? And where you want to be is where that frontier has a slope equal to 1 over phi w. Because you can see that frontier is a trade-off between emissions reductions versus economic costs. And if phi w goes down, 1 over phi w goes up. No, let's let phi, I want to do it the other way. Phi w gets higher, so you're more concerned about global social cost of carbon. 1 over phi w goes down, that line gets flatter. It means you choose a point at which you're harming the economy more, but achieving more in terms of reducing global emissions. Okay. So now we're going to really be about solving for that frontier. Okay. So the first thing here is about valuing energy. And I drew this little picture because it kind of helped me explain it better. We have our two countries, home and foreign. In foreign, the value of energy is just PE, just like in a market economy. In home, there become two ways of valuing energy. There's valuing energy when you're thinking about when you're thinking about consuming it, using it, and that's lambda E. And there's valuing energy when you think about how much you want to pay, how much you value somebody digging it up. Well, the guy who digs it up is generating value lambda E, but causing a global social cost of carbon phi w, so it's only the net lambda E minus phi w, which is really the value of digging it up. So you want to create, the policy is going to create this wedge between how much you value digging up energy and how much you value using energy, whereas in foreign, they're the same thing as they would be in a market economy. Okay, so we call this the Pigouvian wedge, because usually you'd think that a Pigouvian tax would just be equal to the size of the externality, the phi w. Okay, that's fine, but now we can start reading off. In foreign, we have PE, and how much they consume directly is just the amount that would drive their marginal utility from consumption to be equal to PE. And the amount they dig up is the quantity dug up that would make their marginal cost of digging it up equal to PE. So that's kind of the market solution on the right side. On the left side, in home, you're making the marginal utility of you're choosing CED so that your marginal utility is equal to lambda E. So in other words, you're saying, oh, my house is kind of cold, but over in foreign, they're making their house nice and warm in the winter. Well, here we are in home. We value energy more, so we better make it so that that last degree has a super high marginal payoff, whereas foreign is just happily heating their house to a higher temperature. And then on the other side of it, on the supply side, we're leaving a lot of energy in the ground because we don't value bringing it. It's nicely sequestered down there, so it's not creating any climate harm. So we don't really value that much bringing it up, and so we leave a lot more in the ground, choose a lower value of QE. Okay, now there was one other thing that wasn't solved there. We kind of made this wedge in home between using and extracting. But what about where PE fell between those two values? That should be optimized as well. And so we have our overall Pigouvian wedge here, the height of that interval, and then we're trying to place PE somewhere in the middle, which splits the Pigouvian wedge into a consumption wedge and an extraction wedge. And the intuitive way to talk about a consumption wedge is the wedge between marginal utility of consuming in home versus foreign. And it's got to be higher in home. So in other words, your house is colder so that you put more value on heating it just a little more than you do in foreign. And then there's also an extraction wedge, which is the way in which we differentially value digging up a little more fossil fuels from the ground. Okay, now I've saved you from looking at you can look at the paper. There's this big first order condition, and it's actually not that bad. It's caused me lots of headaches to work on, but it's basically saying that the first order condition determined PE says that the size of the wedge, either the consumption wedge or the extraction wedge, wants to get multiplied by the corresponding response of that variable in foreign to a change in the price. So at the wedge, if foreign isn't responding to the price very much in consumption, then make the consumption wedge big, because basically the foreign response is kind of responding something that's a kind of inefficiency. This wedge is a sort of inefficiency. And so you don't mind a big wedge if foreign isn't responding much to the price difference. And then you don't want, you make the extraction wedge big. Well, the first order condition says the consumption wedge times the foreign response in consumption plus the extraction wedge times foreign response in extraction should be minimized. And that has the following implications. That you might want to make the extraction wedge small if foreign extraction is sensitive to energy, because then that product is going to be big. You want to minimize that. And you want to make the consumption wedge small. Consumption wedge small would be pushing up the price of energy if foreign energy demand is sensitive to the energy price. So you're sort of trying to worry about, you can't control what foreign's doing, but you see how they respond to the price, and then you try and find a setting for the price where they're as little as possible working against your policy. That's one kind of intuition. Okay, so what does it look like, though, in terms of what you do? Okay, so I'm just drawing it as if I solved the first order condition for where the price would be. But how are you actually implementing that? Well, the first thing you do is have a big extraction tax equal to PW in home. So you just go to the oil well and make that guy pay you PW for every ton of CO2 embodied in his fossil fuels. Okay, then, but you do something else, which is you want to, see, you got to get lambda E to be bigger than PE. So you put what's called a border adjustment in place on energy. So suppose your home is importing energy. You put a border adjustment on energy, meaning you put a tax on energy proportional to its carbon content, and that tax is equal to TB. And by the way, I should have said this earlier, but let's just think of energy measured in terms of its carbon content so that the price is per unit of carbon as well. So it's as if instead of paying $6 a gallon per energy, you pay $150 per ton of CO2 in the energy that you buy. Okay, so but then you make that price even higher by the amount TB. So the energy coming into your market has to sell at a higher price because you're taxing it by the amount TB. TB standing for the B standing for border adjustment. Now what if you were exporting energy instead? Then what you do is give a rebate to the energy exporter of the amount TB when they export, and that brings the price down when they sell it abroad, versus when they sell it at home, they get to sell it for PE plus TB. Okay, now as a consequence of having raised the price of energy through this policy, you've sort of diminished the effective tax on the extractors, because really, they're paying this big tax, but as a consequence, they're also getting a higher price. So effectively, their tax is only TE. The original tax equal to the global social cost of carbon minus whatever border adjustment you find optimal to put on it. Okay, so this is kind of the end of the kind of the outer problem. I should have said we're doing it kind of in reverse order. We're doing the outer problem first, and then we'll go to the inner problem. Okay, so what about the inner problem? Okay. In terms of the energy intensity that you choose, suppose you're producing this good J in home for consumption there. Well, then for sure you should make your producers use the energy intensity that would be optimal when energy is with lambda E. And that's going to be lower energy intensity because you raise lambda E relative to PE. So it's high, it's a lower energy intensity than you have under BAU. The other thing you do, and this is sort of where the idea of border adjustments being optimal comes in, is that if you're importing the good, you want to demand that they produce it the way you would have produced it had you produced it instead of imported it. So you demand that they also use that level of energy intensity, K of lambda E. Even though their price is PE, you say, I don't care, your price is low, but your price of energy is low, but I want you to conserve on energy if we're going to import it. Otherwise, they're not going to buy from you. Okay, so you do that. Now, the logic is that you don't want to mess with the import margin or the set of goods that you import. You don't want the policy affecting that. That would be inefficient. And so, in a sense, the top one is the way that you achieve the second one. And then another way to think about it is that your consumption is therefore, your consumption of good J equates the marginal utility from consuming good J to the cost function of producing it in home, which involves lambda E. But for a good that you import, you want that to also be equated to the cost of producing it in foreign, shipping it to you, if foreign produced it with the cost function evaluated at lambda E. And therefore, because of that, the G of lambda E cancels out, and that's what keeps the import margin from changing. And that's just an efficiency. That's like just a first order condition from this problem tells you that's what you should try and achieve. Okay, now that second one about demanding that the imported good be done that way sounds kind of funny, so that's why I wanted to start immediately talking about how you implement it with taxes. So the border adjustment that we talked about before that applied to energy, it would be a tax on energy coming in, or it would be a rebate on exports of energy that creates that cliff in the price of energy. That also applies to goods now, and it applies to the carbon content of goods. So it's not per unit of the good, it's per the carbon content of the good, the carbon implicit in that good by how it was produced. And by having that, so now we know we're talking about a good being imported. It was produced in foreign. You're going to place a carbon border adjustment on it at rate TB. Now think about the foreign producer's mindset. This guy's saying, oh, well, energy's cheap here. But then I know that if I use more energy, when my good gets to foreign, it's going to have a bigger border adjustment put on it. And so I really think of my price of energy as not just being the cheap PE, but the PE plus the TB. Because those two inflict a cost on me. One is a cost of production, one is a cost of paying the tax when I try and sell it in home. But then if I think my price is PE plus TB, I'm going to act like the price is lambda E. And so then I'm going to produce it the way that you would have produced it in home. So that's kind of the cool thing about the border adjustment. So it means that foreign and domestic producers are taxed equally. Okay. Now, exports are a little trickier. Do I have 10 minutes or? 10 minutes, okay. Exports are a little trickier. Well, part of exports is simple. Remember that when you produce stuff for yourself, you're going to use energy intensity of K of lambda E. Of course you do that when you export too, because you want to produce clean goods that you export because you want people around the world to use cleanly made goods. Okay, so that part's easy. There's another part that's trickier, which is that you want to you want to produce as much as you can with low carbon intensity, and so you really want to push foreign out of producing goods they're not that great at producing anyway, and just buy your goods, because then you can use the low carbon intensity. Because remember, when foreign is producing those goods for themselves, they're going to use K of PE. They're going to make them very dirty because energy is cheap. You don't want that. So if they don't have too strong a comparative advantage in those goods, you'd like to push them out of that and replace it with you exporting them to them instead. Now, you don't want to go too far down that road because it starts to get expensive and it starts not making sense anymore, because if they have a strong comparative advantage, they'll actually be using less carbon than you would. So you can't go too extreme on that, but you want to push them out of those goods. And I think this is a good chance for me to show you the, I'm going to jump ahead because I'm getting in time trouble. I want to show you some numerical stuff. I did promise you this picture. Okay, so this was BAU. Now let's look at our, because I think I can explain the intuition better from this picture than those other algebraic slides. Okay, so the first thing is this one. You don't mess with the import margin. The green just lays right on top of the red. So that determines the fraction, the set of goods home imports, and then the rest of the goods home produces for itself. But what about exports? Okay, you used in BAU, home was exporting this set of goods, which equated the cost of them producing and shipping to foreign with the cost of producing them in foreign. Now, over here is the policy makes home more expensive. So if they did nothing, they would be exporting very few goods because their costs are higher. And foreign's like, no, we don't want to buy those goods from you. We didn't tell you to make them cleanly. We don't want to buy those. Too expensive. But what you do instead is subsidize this set of goods here buy enough so that foreign's willing to buy them. And you can kind of see that at this point, what you're taking into account is not foreign's cost of producing. You're also taking into account the extent to which foreign's unit energy requirement multiplied by how much you think energy should be valued more than foreign values it. You take that into account, and that pushes the margin to the right. So you actually start exporting more goods. Okay. Now I'm going to jump past that. I'm going to jump past. Okay. I guess what, yeah, no, let me jump to, I'm going to jump to the EU. The first part was to say that some of the bills in Congress, which have not been going anywhere for a while, but you never know, have the structure that we're talking about, where you start with an extraction tax and then you put on border adjustments. And the way in which our optimal policy would differ is we would say, don't make the border adjustment the same as the extraction tax. The extraction tax should be the global social cost of carbon. The border adjustment should be less than that, based on how foreign reacts to price changes. Now let's turn to the EU, because this is actually something that's kind of in the process of happening. The EU had a tax on producing goods with fossil fuels. And it wasn't a tax, though. It was that you had to buy an emissions permit. So what's wrong with that? Well, the first thing it's missing, and the EU producers were very much onto this, is it screwed up the import margin. Because now the cost of EU producers is higher, cost of Indian producers is not higher from the policy, and so then the Indian producer was undercutting an EU producer in the EU market. The EU producers didn't like that. And in fact, this optimal policy says you wouldn't like that either, because it's not optimal for the EU to change its import margin and just start buying more Indian goods just because they put on a policy to prevent climate change. That wouldn't make sense. So that's why they're moving to this thing called CBAM to put a border adjustment on imports. Okay, so that makes sense in our model. What doesn't make sense is that they aren't doing the same thing on the export market, so they're not trying to in any way help their producers export. And we'd actually say, and this would be very controversial, but we'd actually say what they should do is for their marginal exporters, so it's exporters that would otherwise go out of business because they became uncompetitive in foreign markets, they should be giving those guys free emissions permits. Now you'd say, if you give them a free emission permit, don't they just produce dirty? No, because there's a market for emissions permits. So they can produce clean, turn around and sell the emission permit, and then it's like giving them money. Giving them money per unit produced is kind of what our optimal policy said you should do. So that's kind of how we differ from that. So now let me end. Well, I got 5 minutes or something like that. Okay. So let me end with some quantitative experiments. Okay, so we put in different values for the parameters. The rho is the elasticity of substitution between labor and energy. We're making it very low substitution. Theta is the trade elasticity. That's kind of a common number. Energy demand is pretty inelastic, so values of like 0.6 and 1 are probably, if anything, too elastic. We think that extraction elasticity is very inelastic because it's just sort of some, there's this distribution of deposits, but basically if the price goes up, you're not going to dig up that much more because it's pretty much just this fixed set of energy deposits out there. And then we're just going to think about different values of this global social cost of carbon. We can think about the BAU energy price as $160 per ton of CO2. And that's just a handy number to have in your head when you're comparing it to the global social cost of carbon. So then you can think about the global social cost of carbon. Is it the same as the energy price? Is it twice the energy price? Is it half the energy price? Okay. Okay, so we had this picture before. So the first set of pictures I'm going to do are going to show you why it's so relevant to worry about the free rider problem and why you really need a big coalition to get anything done. It's kind of obvious, but in any case, this would be the coalition of the world, and you would choose this point. So you would choose to reduce global emissions by about 9 gigatons. Oh, and I should have told you, that corresponds to a VW of, I think, 150. Now, what if you're you're the EU with your emission trading system? Nobody's going along with it. You're home. Home is only the EU. They can't get anybody else to go along with them. That's kind of like similar to what we have right now. You can see that there are two things that are bad about that. The whole frontier of what can be achieved is looking pretty miserable. And it's optimal to not try very hard. And so you're only reducing emissions by about 1 gigaton. Remember, that's reducing global emissions. It may be if you look in Europe, they've reduced by more than that, but then their policy would also mean that the rest of us are producing more. Okay, now if you could get the US to join with EU, good luck over the next 4 years, but maybe in the future, you get your frontier moves up and you become more aggressive because remember, we're equating the same slope. And so now you try and reduce emissions by 2 gigatons. If you added the OECD to that, you'd make more progress. If you added China to that, you can see that now you're really making some progress with almost 6 versus, it's kind of 6 or almost 6 versus 9. So you're getting 2/3 of the way there if you can get that big a coalition, OECD and China. Okay, that was that. Now what we're going to do is look at the optimal unilateral policy. And here we're going to fix the home country to be the OECD. Okay, so now you can see how at different levels of the global social cost of carbon from 0 to 400, 400 would be a pretty big number, you can see how you reduce emissions from their current value of 33.6 gigatons down to close to 26. You do that, the optimal policy has you not mess around too much with the price of energy. Notice the axis is only going from 160 to 180 versus there we're going from 0 to 400. So you kind of stabilize the price of energy, and that's because you don't want foreign reacting in one way or another in too great an extent. Now what's achieving that? The optimal mix between an extraction tax and a border adjustment is about 50-50. Meaning, if you had, extraction tax in the U.S. of $200 a ton, you would want the border adjustment to only be about $100 a ton. You don't want it to be $200 a ton. Okay. Now this is interesting because if we made the elasticity of substitution between labor and energy much higher, you can actually achieve a lot more, because that would be a world where technologically you can really just get rid of energy, replace it by labor. And then this I do need to get to, which is now what we're going to do is compare this optimal policy to one that's very constrained but looks more like real life. One kind of policy would be a production tax. If you thought about 3 different things, where goods are produced and where they're consumed, the production tax only cares about where they're produced. A consumption tax only cares about where they're consumed. You could have a hybrid of the two where you also worry about this quadrant a little bit too. You can never tax this quadrant because that's foreign. They have sovereignty. Okay, so here's a comparison. If you just had a production tax, this is your frontier, not that good. If you had a consumption tax, you do better. A production tax really suffers from leakage. A consumption tax doesn't, because you've made it so that it doesn't matter where the consumption happens. No, I said that wrong. A consumption tax taxes the emissions no matter where they're produced, so that leakage doesn't achieve anything. It's like putting in a border adjustment. An extraction tax we find to be very effective and also very much understudied in current policies that are used. But if you start combining them, you get some really good stuff. So that combination doesn't achieve much. But look at this combination of an extraction tax and a production tax, you do much better. And this one is has a very nice property that it would be easy to carry out. You don't have to have border adjustments on goods, only border adjustments on energy. That's easy. Extraction tax, that's easy. Now, if you did the extraction tax and the consumption tax, even better. And then finally, the optimal one is not that much better than the combination of an extraction tax and a consumption tax. That's actually a good place to stop.
So in the meantime, you can think of questions you want to ask, and we'll take one question at a time, and we'll allow the speaker to address one question so we are clear on all the concepts that he has presented and also the policy implications and how to extend this to the global level. Right, so let's have the first question. Yes, please. Mic here. Please introduce yourself and then you can ask the question.
Hi, I'm Priyam Verma from Ashoka University. My question is, when we introduce multiple stages of production in this setup, so for instance, there are multinational corporations, when they're facing taxation in the home country, they might want to outsource a part of that production in other countries. Would the optimal policy to address that still not tinker with the terms of trade, or would it be just try to change the magnitude of the policies that you suggest in this framework? Thanks.
Yeah, so although we haven't explicitly modeled multinational production, you could say that that is something that facilitates leakage because it makes it easier to just say, oh, we're being taxed in home, let's move to our affiliate in foreign. And so although we haven't modeled that explicitly, it could be thought of as a little more extreme case of what we're doing where because we're worrying about that same thing happening, just not within a multinational corporation. In other words, it could be that they're two separate firms and this firm goes out of business and this one goes into business, or it could be they're part of one multinational. But you can see that it would, the issue you bring in is just saying maybe that substitution or that leakage is stronger than we thought. One that made me remember in terms, if you wanted to think of that in terms of the picture of the DFS model, if you make the curve very flat, it makes that substitution very strong. And so when we make the value of theta, which we set to 4, if we make that equal to like 32, you get effects that kind of maybe mimic what you're talking about.
Yes, yes, the next question. Yeah, please introduce yourself. Mic here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Devashish Mondal from IIT Delhi. It's a nice talk. I was thinking about the role of wages here. By the way you modeled DFS and assumed wages does not play much of a role, but I was thinking that what if one explicitly takes care of that wages are different across countries, and say if somebody would like to play with the subsidies, so there are two instruments as of now, which is one is the tariff and the other is the extraction cost. Now if I have also wages, then government might want to play with the wages by giving subsidies and make the A times GP. That's one. So basically introducing explicitly wages. The other one that I was thinking about, the role of technology. So here, if I change A's and A stars, so basically the part of technological innovations by changing A's, is it also, or can it be thought of as a policy instrument by bringing in the explicit role of technologies here? Technologies. So the role of technology in this framework, the A's and A star can be changed.
Yeah, let me start in reverse order, because it is true that if you imagine, you know, something that's not captured so well in this model would be, and also comes up a little bit in your multinational question, and is actually related to one of my students, Wei Zhang, his job market paper had this effect as well, that a multinational corporation or something else, if it's able to move the technology that's like a cleaner technology from one place to another, that can affect things. And we haven't really taken that into account. Now, the differences in wages, I guess, are two levels of that. One would be if we just said that, you know, the home country is a little, you know, uses labor more productively. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so if the home country was a bit more productive in producing services than the other country, they would then have higher wages. But if they were also more productive in producing the goods, that wouldn't have any effect on that wage. So I think there's sort of I think there's an easy way to put in differences in wages, but there's another part that's more technically challenging, and I haven't tried very hard, but it may be difficult, which is to where the policies are actually moving around the relative wage. So the first solution I talked about, where it's just exogenous differences in wages, I think that would be easy. The other one might be a little more hard. Part of the reason why I had the preferences the way I did with the additive separability of the consumption of services was to try and avoid that. But I'm not sure if I had to avoid it. Sometimes you kind of are scared to tackle something and you shouldn't have been. Other times it's smart because otherwise the whole model becomes very complicated. Maybe you could solve it, but then nobody would understand what it's telling you. But so I guess it's an open question that I'd be curious to figure out.
Yeah, thank you. Now the next question, we can take a couple more questions. Yes. Please introduce yourself.
Yes. Hello, Professor. I'm Dhruv, and I'm from JNU. My question relates slightly to the end of what you just said, and slightly from what you were talking about earlier. Slightly ancillary to the actual model, but I found it interesting to think about. When you talk about, say, models being complicated or attempting to solve first-order conditions and Lagrangians, which are not too easy to solve, let's say, by hand, do you find yourself using things like all these computer algebra systems, say Mathematica or Sage and so on and so forth, to find solutions to such problems? Is that something that is a part of your research? Is that something easy to do? And if you do it, does it lead to results which are intuitively useful, in the sense that even if you get an answer, is it helpful in illuminating what you're researching on, or is it just an answer that you get via brute calculation, basically?
Okay, that's a good question. I am not, I'm almost never on the frontier of using such technologies, but that doesn't mean that they aren't very good. And actually, I had somebody who's a postdoc at Yale was telling me how helpful he found ChatGPT in checking his proofs. And I should do that myself, but I don't. I do feel like there are certain times when I guess I have used some rudimentary versions of this where you kind of ask it to give you the solution and then it gets you a page of algebra. And there is a point at which maybe just doing things numerically is more helpful than that. So there is, I think there is a question of how well our brains can really process really complicated algebra things, and I feel like keeping it as kind of like it's super useful when it turns out simple. If it turns out really complicated, it's not so clear that it's advantageous to have algebraic solutions when you could just have numerical solutions instead. I guess it's very good for people who want to make a proof that a certain thing goes a certain direction, but anyway, for myself, I sort of appreciate the simple, even though maybe you're thinking I showed you a bunch of complicated things. From my standpoint, they could have been a heck of a lot more complicated, so I tried to make them simpler.
One quick question. Yes, at the back here, the left side. Mic here on the left side at the back. Yeah.
Hi, Professor. Thank you for your talk. My name is Tanay. I'm a third-year student at University of Texas at Austin. And so I was wondering, the way you set up and solve the model here by kind of grouping them into group of countries which you call the home countries and then the foreign countries. So in doing so, don't you think we're ignoring the network effects that these countries have, because the kind of way these trade networks are set up within those countries, and if those things matter, first of all, do you think those trade networks matter? And if they do, then I would imagine that we're ignoring the second order effects of those tariffs. And if they are important, then we might be able to achieve similar reductions in emissions by lower taxes. So that's my first question. And on similar lines, so one of the things that these countries have been trying to do to strategically avoid the repercussions of these policies like CBAM is to move their operations in countries where carbon policies are more relaxed. And so do you think CBAM, something like CBAM would be effective in tackling those strategic choices? Thank you.
When the last CBM, you mean the CBAM? Yeah. So let me start from that. I think the CBAM is designed with that in mind, and so I guess I feel like that is effective to deal with those sorts of situations. But back to your first question, that was a nice way to articulate it, and I think, the next project I'd like to do in extending this would be to first have many countries, and then what I'm currently calling a country would be a bunch of separate countries all trading amongst themselves, which is not the same as a single country. It would act differently. But somehow the way you said it made me also think, oh, that's a good reason to do something else, which I would like to do, which is to explicitly model the trade in intermediate inputs, because I think that is, like you said, something about a supply chain or network. I do think that's also important. And it's not so, I think that's something that can be done, but it's not trivial. And trying to figure out how the policy would change and how it would deal with intermediate inputs is something I was working on with a pre-doc who is and we made some progress, but we're not completely there. But I think the interaction of that and the multiple countries to deal with some of the issues you thought about would be good, and I hope something I can do.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for an excellent lecture. Thank you also to the audience for an active interaction. Also, I think we have a very interesting audience from different institutions and different countries also, so across the globe. And thank you all. And I have just one question. Well, it's not a question, some help for the researchers here. You mentioned a number of papers on which your presentation is based, and specifically then you narrowed it down to 2 papers, one of which was trade leakage and the design of a carbon tax. And this is published, so those of you who would like to read it, it's published in Environmental and Energy Policy and the Economy, which is available on the NBER website. And the second paper is Optimal Unilateral Carbon Policy. So this is the latest one. In fact, it's dated December 5, so just a few days ago, and probably stimulated by his presentation here. And so I'm not sure if that is available.
Those, yeah, you could get those all from my web page, which is, well, if you just Google Kortum at Yale, whatever yeah, but send me an email. I'm samuel.kortum@yale.edu. If you have any trouble finding it, just send me an email. But my web page, I just recently updated the paper there so that you can see the new version.
All right, so that's a very simple way to find him. And thank you very much for being here at the Delhi School of Economics. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kortum, for such an interesting lecture. Thank you, Professor Dua, for this discussion. Now I would like to request Professor Dua to kindly present a momentum to Professor Kortum as a token of gratitude. Thank you, Professor Dua and Professor Kortum, for this enlightening session. We deeply appreciate your time and insights. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. To all the participants, thank you for your presence and active participation. I kindly request you all to proceed for tea and coffee at the lawn. Thank you, everyone.